raise feature icon to be called upon and remove it after you've finished speaking. And with that, I call the October 21st, 2025 Special Council meeting to order and note that all members of Council are present today. The municipality of Norfolk County is committed to furthering truth and reconciliation in our communities. We recognize the historical and current contributions of Indigenous peoples throughout Canada, and particularly in Norfolk County, that have added to the rich cultural and social fabric that exists here today. We will strive to continually strengthen and develop the spirit of respect, cooperation, and collaboration to the mutual benefit of all Norfolk County residents. Council, there are two changes to the agenda before us today that require a 2/3 majority. We would be adding the deputation of Leanne Cowan regarding the Kinsman Building and a deputation from Mary Elder with the Port Dover Sea Scout Hut. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Sorry, are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, Councillor Huffman moves, Councillor Columbus seconds. All in favor? And approving the amended agenda, please, mover and seconder. Councillor Brunton, Councillor Michelli, all in favor. Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none. We'll jump right into presentations, and because we have a full house, I'll just take a couple minutes to share with you what our agenda is going to shake out like. We have a presentation from our consultants that's going to walk us through the recommendations and the report, and it's a pretty important report, so we're going to let Jim and his team take as much time as they need, and then from there we will go into the deputations, and then we will finish off with a staff report and council discussion. So it's all one topic today, and it's going to be a lengthy meeting, but that's how we'll organize and structure the meeting for your information. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim and Jackie from Municipal View Consulting, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today, Jim. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your presentation.
Great. Can you hear that? Thank you. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council and staff and members of the public. We're happy to be here this morning to present to you our facilities master plan for Norfolk. We've been working on this for quite some time and have had quite a bit of discussions with yourselves, with staff, as well as with the public. So next slide, please. So our agenda for the presentation will be a project recap. So we just want to explain what we were asked to do. What is the current state, very high level, of your facilities? I want to talk a little bit about the consultation that we did, and then we'll get into a little bit more detail around the scenarios themselves. And we've broken the scenarios out into four different scenarios, or four different sections, I should say. And then the overall strategy, and what does that mean, and what are we asking you before you today asking? Next slide. So again, the purpose of our presentation today is to update council on the final recommendations of the facility master plan, ensure your understanding and the public's understanding of the scenarios as part of the facility strategy, understand the overall assumptions and the risks to the plan. There's a lot of detail in here, and we want you to understand, there's pros, cons, risks, and we want you to understand all of those before making decisions. And then understanding the trade-offs, what we're losing and what we're gaining, and why we're doing this in the first place. And then lastly, get direction from council on a path forward. Next slide. One more. So I'll just go into, for everyone's benefit, the overall project purpose. Norfolk asked us to assist them in completing a comprehensive review of all of their facilities. In fact, it's not all of the facilities. There's about 90 some odd properties with 120 buildings on them. And those buildings are in the scope of the administration, operations, recreation, culture, fire and EMS, and then some other vacant properties. And we had some specific objectives that were outlined in the RFP. And I need glasses for these now. So the objectives were to identify inefficient, underutilized, and really some burdensome facilities, and reduce the expenses and possibly even generate some revenues. Centralize the county's administration, customer service operations, and enhance the corporate culture, and trying to increase efficiencies, reduce the county-owned facilities, exit rented spaces where possible, divest and market surplus assets, and improve the county's financial position. Lastly was to create a comprehensive roadmap, and that's what we have before you today, for the next 10 to 20 years on where you're going with these facilities. So that's very high level what we were asked to do and what our objectives were. Next slide. So this is our work plan. We've been at this for 2 years, believe it or not, time flies. And we've been before you, as I said, several times before senior staff and frontline staff, numerous times, as well as been out to the public. So the first phase of the project, I won't go through all of these, but the first phase of the project was really the current state. What do you have? What's it worth? What shape is it in? Those types of things. The next was getting into some consultation and engagement, and we had numerous consultation, which I'll give you a highlight of shortly. And then really analyzing that feedback and then putting that into our plan. Obviously, there's difference of opinions. We're not going to be able to be aligned with everyone's opinion, but we did take those into considerations in our decision making. And strategy development is the next section, where we looked at some of the gaps, some of the issues that you have with the portfolio, and then we started developing business cases on what we could potentially do in various scenarios. And then lastly, the final report, which you have, extensive report explaining all of the steps that we went through in this process. Next slide. Excuse me. So this is how the strategy is broken down. We've got the overall strategy itself, which is comprised of recommended options for each scenario. Then we drill down a bit further, and those scenarios are made up of options in each facility type. So we've got those 4 facility types, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then next, the options are the possibilities considered and the recommended option that we came up with in those strategies or scenarios. And then lastly, we developed business cases for each one of the properties that we were doing something to. We were either divesting, recommending divestiture, improving, expanding, any of those things. We did a business case for those. So that's how the whole strategy is laid out. So let me jump into the current state now. Next slide. So this is the current state of your properties that we have in scope. Again, there's things like the marina and the social housing stock that you have. Some of those facilities were not included in this study, but you've got over $560 million worth of properties and buildings. And that's the replacement cost if we replace those buildings like for like. Most times we wouldn't replace a building like for like, so this number is actually under reported. We would replace a building. You've got new AODA standards. You've got different building code standards from when these buildings were built. The 2 biggest ones here are arenas, recreation, and community centers. You've got over $250 million of the $560 million that are just in your recreation, arenas, and community centers. The next biggest one there is the emergency services, followed by operations, and then administration. So just gives you a sense of the magnitude of this project and the magnitude of the value of these assets that you have as a council and a community. Next slide. So now we look at the condition of these facilities, and we stay high level. Obviously, we're not going to go into the 120, 130 different buildings that we have, but you've got roughly over 35% of these buildings are in poor or very poor condition. And when you look at the fair condition, which will eventually move into the poor or very poor if we don't spend additional capital on those, you're really looking at over almost 70% of those buildings are fair, poor, or very poor. And those will continue to decline. The poor will move into the very poor, the fair will move into the poor. unless we spend significant dollars. And you do have a 10-year capital plan. We work very closely with finance throughout this project, but you do have investments in these buildings. A lot of the investments you make bring those buildings back up temporarily, and then they start to decline again. So it's a cycle. You put a roof on a building, and then 20 years later, you got to put a roof on a building again. So you never get that building back to very good position. You're doing incremental improvements to those buildings. And so they never go, when you spend money on them, they never go from poor or very poor right back to very good. So this is a condition of your buildings currently. And then we've broken that down further by the condition by the 4 facility categories, which is operations, fire and EMS, culture and rec. And you can see where, I won't go through them, but you can see where the bulk of the poor and very poor and fair buildings are. Next slide. So this is your renewal need. We have a bunch of different ways that we've looked at renewal. It's a very complex approach. The problem we have is data. When you have a whole bunch of buildings, you can imagine every building has HVAC, it has roofing, it has parking lots, it has all of these different bits and pieces. So there's a bunch of different ways that we look at assessing the condition of those. The first and best way is a building condition assessment, and we had a lot of those done back in 2019, 2025 by another engineering firm. And then we also have what's called a reinvestment rate. So it's more of a theoretical. If we say that a building lasts an average 50 years, many buildings last longer than that, but if you just left it, it would last 50 years without doing a lot of work to it, then we say you should be reinvesting 2% per year in that building to keep it up to standard. And then there's visual inspections that staff do. So there's a bunch of different ways that we get at the needs on how we come up with this number. But right now, your 10-year renewal need on these buildings is $155 million. That $155 million just keeps those buildings at the same level they're at now, the poor, the very poor, fair, good, and very good. It doesn't bring, $155 million doesn't bring all of those buildings back up to good or very good. That's just to hold the line and keep everything the same for the next 10 years so more buildings don't fall into the poor or very poor. Obviously, if we wanted to bring them all up to good, very good condition, that number would be quite considerably more. Next slide. So I won't go through this, just to give you an idea of the types of things, and I'm sorry for the audience, you can't read this, but I will run through them very quickly. We did numerous workshops with senior management, we did numerous workshops with council. We visited, Jackie and myself and some of our staff visited each and every property. We met with staff at those properties. I think we put on enough kilometers. Basically, we understand the magnitude of your community. I estimated that I've driven to Newfoundland and back with respect to the kilometers we've put on. And we visited those facilities numerous times, not just once. We have had public meetings. We've had public surveys on the website. We've had staff meetings, staff surveys, frontline and supervisory and director staff. We've had open houses. We've had what we call the community leadership workshop, a couple sessions both before we started the scenarios and after the scenarios. And again, more public open houses and more public survey. And then again, more workshops with yourselves and the senior leadership team. So needless to say, we've over the last 2 years, we've gotten to know your community very well. And we understand the difficulty that this type of project brings, and we don't take that lightly. Next slide. So let me jump into these scenarios now. This is where we're going to get into some numbers. We're going to get into, there's a ton of information in the report. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the report, but we'll give you a high-level overview. It's going to be way too in-depth to go into each and every facility, but I know we'll want to concentrate on some of the facilities that are in the various categories of divestiture and expansion and so on. So the first is the administrative facilities. Next slide. So some decisions that were made, either before this project started or as we were going through this project. Time didn't stop when we did this project, so business kept going on as we were doing this project, and there were some renovations to, it's called CAB, or County Admin Building, the two buildings just outside here, 2 and 3. Those are now completed. Another thing that happened is we purchased I feel like I have staff now, you have purchased, the Gilbertson Admin Building. This is a building over on Gilbertson that housed staff, and we've brought a lot of staff to that facility to try and centralize staff now. And that purchase is complete. Also, part of that building was a industrial part of the building, which I know council's well aware of, but the residents and people in attendance may not be, which allows for some storage and things like that as well. And then the last thing that was that happened while this project was ongoing was the Robinson Building. Some staff were moved out of the Robinson Building over to the Gilbertson Building, and the public health was moved into the Robinson Building, and POA is already their POA, provincial offenses, and then the community paramedics. So that happened as this project was going on. So I'll get into some of the recommendations, and again, these are very high level. There's a lot of detail in the report and a lot of detail even that isn't in the report that we have as well. So our recommended options is to make some improvements to this building, both the customer service, some office locations, some meeting and collaboration space for the CAB 1 building or this county admin building. Retaining, so for the Delhi admin building, retaining that building and renovating it to continue to offer customer service at that location. Also, it's the EOC, or the Emergency Operations Center for Norfolk County, and continue and upgrade it to make it more functional to act as the EMS headquarters in the immediate term, and then in the longer term, potentially making that the Friendship Center. And you'll see as we go along, some of these are interconnected, so there is a plan to divest, or a recommendation to divest the Friendship Center, but making the Delhi or the DAB building the longer-term Friendship Center for seniors programming. The next is revisiting the terms of the lease upon expiry for the Robinson Administration Building, and then divesting. It's not a vacant property, actually it will be vacant, but divesting the Port Rowan Medical Center. That's not your core business, and you're basically a landlord at that building, so divesting that building and selling that. So next slide. So each one of these strategies, you'll see a map, and again, I apologize for the audience here. You may not be able to see that well, but the orange dots are the location of the facilities. Down in Port Rowan is the medical center, obviously the Delhi building, and then the 3 buildings in Simcoe here. Next slide. So in this administrative facility, we have a bunch of different categories, and I want to explain these as we go along because these charts are the same for each one of these strategies. We have the facility name, the recommended action, the net renewal cost. So what is the cost that we're foregoing? So if we're divesting a building, what were we going to spend on that building for the next 10 years, which is the next column? The net operating cost, so is the operating cost going up or down based on our recommendation? So obviously if we're selling a building or recommending to sell a building, then the operating cost would be gone as well. So that's the net operating cost. And then the gains are if we were to sell a building, we had each of the buildings that are in this, that we made recommendations on, we had each of those buildings assessed by a professional real estate firm. And again, we took the average of that. They had a high and low range. So there's gains in there. And then the last column is the additional cost. If there was some costs that were required to carry out this program, and then the overall net cost and some notes. So I'll walk through that with that understanding in this slide here. So overall, you would forego about almost $500,000 over the next 10 years in repairs. You would eliminate over $200,000 in operating cost. The sale of the Port Rowan building is about $1.4 million. Again, these were professional estimates, but depending on the market, these were done almost a year and a half ago as well. So depending on the market, that's one of the risks that we'll identify is when you sell these facilities, if you decide to sell them at all. And then lastly, the overall is about $740,000 positive. So green is positive, red is negative. So in this strategy, we have about $740,000 identified. We've got about $400,000 in additional cost to repair this and upgrade this building. And then about $1 million at the DAB building. Two things, about $300,000 of that is for upgrades for the EMS headquarters, and then another $700,000 would make that building more accessible, which it needs to be regardless if you keep it. It needs to meet AODA standards. So that's the process we're going to go through with each of the scenarios. I know there's a ton of info in there, but I'm happy to go back to these slides as we're asking questions. So let me get into the recreation centers and arenas. We've separated recreation centers and arenas from community centers and cultural assets. So there's a distinct difference, and you'll see why in a minute. Currently, the next slide. Again, I apologize, you can't read these, but you've got a pretty broad spread across your community of arenas and community centers. I won't go into the details of those, but you've got 3, 6, 7 community centers and arenas across the community. Next slide. And I want to talk to you about this scenario. We didn't, because you have a recreation master plan ongoing, we coordinated with that group very strategically. We didn't repeat the work that they did, but we went in and really looked at the current condition. You've already seen the recreation master plan, which dealt with the arenas and other things, but really on a programming side. And what we wanted to show you is the condition of those arenas and the state that they're in. So we didn't give you scenarios to get rid of this building or to merge these two buildings on the arenas and the recreation centers themselves. So over the next 10 years, both in operating and capital, you need to spend close to $100 million on those arenas and recreation centers. The majority of them are in poor or very poor or fair condition, but majority of them are poor. And if you don't spend these dollars on them, they're going to deteriorate further into the very poor, and the fair will deteriorate into the poor and then very poor. So you're going to spend over $100 million on these buildings over the next 10 years, and you already have about a $17 million backlog or work in progress that is budgeted for these buildings currently. So there is a part in the report, a bit of an opine in the report that talks about, is this the right thing to do with these facilities? I know you have the rec master plan that you're debating and going through as well. The analogy we've used is that these buildings are at the end of their useful life, and it's no different than a car. You've got a 20-year-old car, you can put tires on the car and the car will still work, but it's still a 20-year-old car. And that's where these buildings are. They're really at the end of their useful life. So we put this in front of you not to give you recommendations, but to ensure that you're aware of the facility's conditions and the cost that it's going to be to maintain and keep these buildings going for the next 10 years. So, sorry, the next slide, I've just went through most of this. The recreation master plan talks about a centralized or a multi-pad arena, and there are some operating savings and some potential revenue generation from that. But beyond those savings, it really looks at modernizing facilities, meets accessibility standards, offers multi-use spaces, providing a hub for the community and delivering environmental efficiency, lower utility maintenance cost, and so on. So we didn't make recommendations again on the arenas, but I really wanted to bring this information before you so that you understand the magnitude of just those 7 properties alone. Next slide. So we want to get into the community centers and cultural properties right now. A little bit different than recreation centers, and I'll explain the differences there. You all know these as members of the community. Some decisions that were already made is to divest the Teeterville Women's Institute Hall and Museum. That decision was made before we started this project, and that has already been deemed surplus. Divesting the Victoria Town Hall, Council made that tough decision already, and you're working on that process. And divesting the Pond Street properties. And the reason Pond Street was in the recreation side is because it used to be the old adult community center. So those things were already underway before we started this project. Next slide. Oh, I didn't change my slide. I'm waiting for the slide to change on my computer. I'll be okay. So some of the recommended options, the libraries and museums. We spend a lot of time in the libraries and museums, and there is a ton of things that are happening at your libraries and museums. There is a lot of programming that's happening. I tell this story often, when we first started, saw a couple of museums, I thought, well, this is a building we should get rid of. We had a huge eye-opener with the amount of programming and the amount of interaction that the libraries and the museums have with the community and the great work that they're doing. So our recommendation is to maintain those and find more opportunities for partnership. There is community spaces there. There is, at the Waterford Agricultural Museum, there are parties and rentals that go on at that property. There is a lot of more things you can do with those facilities. So that was one of our recommendations. The next is the Waterford Lions Community Center. We're recommending divestiture of that property. And again, these are tough decisions. And nobody envies you in the position you're in to look at these properties. But we did put a business case forward that the usage there is low. And again, the Waterford Library and the Waterford Museum are in that community. And we're trying to balance those issues across the entire community. So that's one that we looked at divestiture. St. William's Community Center, we're talking about demoing that, recommending demolition, and turning that into the new fire station for St. William's. You have a fire station, we'll get into fire and EMS in a minute. You have a fire station across the road that is well beyond its useful life. It's the poorest condition fire station you have. And the St. William's Community Center is the lowest usage you have, about 4% usage of that facility. So although it's important to that local community, it is a property that we're recommending to divest or to a demolition, and it's almost impossible to build a fire station and keep a fire station going. So you either have to find a new property or you have to shut down your fire station, change your whole operation, and then rebuild that fire station over 2 or 3 years. So this offers you that opportunity. The Delhi Friendship Center, again, low utilization, the condition of the building, as well as we think that there's a solution where you can better utilize the Delhi admin building and put some programming in that building with some investments that will centralize in the community instead of the Delhi Friendship Center. The South Walsingham Hall, we're recommending to sever that from the parkland and divest it. Again, any of these options, as you'll see in the business cases, you have the option to work with the community and enter into lease agreements or you donate that for $1. Whatever that is, that's up to you, but we're recommending to divest it. The building has got low utilization. It's run by the Women's Institute and serves a very small part of the community, although it is important to Walsingham. So it's our recommendation to divest that. The Port Dover Scout Hut, Port Dover Kinsman, and the Cortland Scout Hut, we're recommending to decommission or demolish those buildings. And you'll see when we get to the finances, there's quite a bit of repairs and things that need to happen to those buildings. Again, if you had a building on your property, I'll take a shed or an outbuilding on your property, that was beyond its useful life, you wouldn't keep putting money into it, you would tear it down. Whether you build something new or not is up to you, but it serves a small portion of the community in relation to your larger community. And again, I totally recommend, or totally understand that these are difficult things to talk about in here. So what I want to show in the next slide here, and again, it's probably great that you can't see or read all of the words, but it just shows that you still have quite a broad coverage of community and culture space across the community. So the first map is your current state, and the second map is your future state, or what we're recommending as your future state. And what it's showing you is that with your libraries, cultural hubs, and this hasn't got the arenas layered on here as well. The arenas are another cultural community facilities, but you still have a very broad coverage across the community, and we were very conscious to try and make sure that we were not just getting rid of everything in one community and not looking at the community as a whole. Next slide. So again, apologize for the group here, but what you can see here, just visually from the people on in the audience, is that there's a lot of green here. There's a lot of things that in the net renewal, we will avoid about $7.5 million worth of repairs in the next 10 years, just on those recommendations we made. We will eliminate about $2 million of operating costs, so that's every year. We will eliminate over the next 10 years, I should say. We will potentially gain $2.6 million by selling these properties or divesting some of these properties. Victoria Town Hall and the Pond Street properties, we didn't put a number in there because those were already underway before we started this project. But there are some gains potentially from those properties as well. There are some additional costs. It will cost you about $200,000, and these are very order of magnitude estimates. These are not engineering estimates. It'll cost you about $200,000, $250,000 to demolish that building. And then it will cost you roughly $100,000 to demolish the Scout Hut, the Kinsman Hall, and the Cortland Scout Hut. So overall, you've got about a net improvement financially of about $11.8 million by carrying out this part of the scenario. Next slide. One more. Thanks. So our recommended options for fire and EMS is to move. Currently you have HR and IT in station number 1, which is a fire station and an EMS station, and you've got that commingled with administrative staff. It's a conflict of uses. You've got very there's a lot of things that happen in fire and EMS, and they need decompression rooms. They don't want to be chatting with people when they're coming back from a call. They've seen a terrible accident, something along those lines. So it's really not a great mixture to have office staff with fire and EMS in an actual station. So we're recommending to move the fire chief and his staff out of Delhi and spend some money and do some internal improvements and turn that into the headquarters for the fire chief. And also potentially some EOC room, but ensuring that meets both, it helps the EMS at Delhi and it helps the fire chief at Culver make sure that they have the appropriate room for storage, they have the appropriate room for their meetings, for training, all of those things that currently happen. Again, the second one there is the Delhi admin building, the improvements for the EMS HQ. The new St. Williams Fire Hall, so it's building a new hall on the property which was the St. Williams Community Center. We would normally recommend then, once that's done, to tear down the fire hall and divest that property. Unfortunately, that property has a wastewater, I think it's a wastewater pumping station on it, underground, so you couldn't get rid of that building even though you have to tear you couldn't get rid of that property, I should say. But there is a vacant lot next door that we're recommending to divest. which is overflow parking for the community center. And if you divest or demolish the community center, there's not a need for that parking lot. So that would assist with some of the costing of this strategy. And then lastly, the Waterford Joint Fire and EMS. EMS is currently at Waterford. It's, as I said to you a few times already, this at council, it's not a sustainable situation. Very cramped quarters for the EMS in that facility, and we're recommending to put an addition on that building to resolve that issue. It's the right location for the Waterford EMS. It's just the facility's not sustainable. And then lastly, it's improving the 4 other locations for EMS. The EMS buildings are tired, and it's not about cosmetics, it's about functionality. They need some functional improvements to make them more efficient and more effective in the current buildings, the other current EMS bases that they have. So this is really a current and future state. The only difference here is the red dot down at the bottom where St. Williams is, with a new St. Williams Fire and EMS. And again, in that St. Williams Fire and EMS, there is a recommendation to put some community space in there as well. So it won't be party rooms, but there is a recommendation to put some community meeting space in the St. Williams Fire. And that's pretty common now across municipalities to put some community meeting space in the fire halls. A lot of discussion happened early on in this project about the closeness of Port Rowan Fire and St. Williams Fire. And in meeting with the chief and also during this project, a fire master plan was completed. There is a distinct need for that building. Our first thought when we saw it as well was those are too close. They want get rid of one of them. But there is a distinct need for both of those facilities. They serve 2 different parts of the community, those 2 buildings. So this one is all red, or a majority of it is all red, because you're investing now. You're putting money into these facilities. You're investing in the Culver building. You're investing in St. Williams to demolish the old St. Williams fire station. You're building a new fire station and EMS station at the St. Williams Community Center. You're investing in the EMS bases and the Delhi building. So overall, there's a net here of about a cost of about $7.5 million to carry out this part of the scenario. Next slide. One more. So I'm going to jump into, I know there's a ton of info here. I'm happy to go back and answer questions. I'm going to jump into the operations facilities for a few minutes. So we're recommending to go down to, you currently have 6 yards. We're recommending to go down to 2 yards, an east yard and a west yard. And that east yard would be the facilities operations building, which is just down the road here. It's a former MTO site and currently the location where the facilities staff work out of. And then the west yard is a large property. It's called West 45 Yard. And we're recommending this property to also include a vehicle maintenance facility. So having your fleet maintenance there as well. You currently have all of your fleet maintenance here in Simcoe. And they're very close. We're not recommending anything at the FOB building because the county garage and this building are very close to each other, so there's no need to build onto the facilities operation building. But on the west yard, a lot of travel time is lost, shuttling those vehicles in here. A lot of on the side of the road repairs happen, which is not the best situation with the mechanics. And the county garage is really at capacity. So this allows you at the West 45 yard to have some mechanics and some service at the west yard and some service at the east yard through the county garage. This would also include, one of the main things for road operations is sand and salt. So we're recommending to keep a lot of your sand and salt domes that you have. One of the yards is called the Central Yard, which is in Delhi. We're recommending to demolish that building. It's your worst yard of all. It needs a ton of repairs, and I'll get into the cost of that. But we're recommending to tear that building down, but don't get rid of the property. Keep it. It's an ideal location for sand and salt, and just have it as a location for sand and salt. As well, we would have the Walsh Sand and Salt Dundurn, and you have a vacant property at Bonnie Heath that could, in the future, become a sand and salt dome. And then we're recommending to divest Shellberg. Any of you who know the Shellberg Yard, it's right around the corner here. There's houses, literally, you have to pass two houses to get into the yard. It's in the middle of a subdivision, and you actually own 3 or 4 other properties around that property, which don't have a lot of value because there's a yard in the middle of them. If you divested that yard, there's a potential to bundle all of those. Our estimates on the value of it didn't include that, but there is an opportunity to potentially bundle all of those and look at housing and different opportunities in the Shellberg Yard. Cortland Yard, divest that. There's a place called the Loader Storage property. It's on Highway 59. It's a satellite yard. We're recommending to divest that. The Villanova Yard. There's an old property down in Port Dover on the water. It's called the Old Public Works Yard. We're recommending to get rid of that. And then in town here, you have a recycling facility. As you know, municipalities are no longer responsible for recycling. So we're recommending to divest the, it's called the Materials Recycling Facility or Resource Facility. And next slide. So I wanted to show you on the map here with respect to, and again, you're only, for the people in the audience, you're only seeing dots here, but really what we had is a lot of small yards. They were local yards when there was local municipalities. We feel, and in a lot of discussions with the supervisory, the staff and the director, as well as the GMs, with respect to the efficiencies of having 2 yards versus 5 or 6 yards. You still have great coverage for deadheading, it's called, where the trucks would go part way through their cycle, and they would stop at those darker, I guess they're darker green dots, where they would get their sand and salt to carry on. But it really is a much more efficient operation to have those facilities in an east and a west yard. So what you get out of this scenario is about $5.6 million of avoided cost. I would say this number, in knowing the facilities, is actually underestimated, but about $5.6 million of repairs that you wouldn't need to do to some of the yards that you would be getting rid of. You'd be getting rid of some operating costs, but you'd be gaining some new operating costs. So you'd be getting rid of some older buildings, but you would be expanding the 2 main yards, and there would be some additional operating cost for those main yards. All of the operating costs do not include operating staff, right? We're not talking about people who drive snowplows and things like that. We're just talking about operating the building itself, not the staff that are doing the service. The gains, we've got about $10 million worth of gains there. There is a risk here. Some of these properties are going to be salt contaminated. Potential, we know with the county garage, there was a huge issue with hydrocarbon contamination at the county garage that's cost millions of dollars to clean up. So there is a risk there on these properties. Again, we talk a lot about the opportunities, but also the risk. Salt contamination is not a terrible thing when we're looking at a property. It's a much easier thing to clean up than is the hydrocarbon contamination. So there are some gains there, again, identified. We use the average cost. Again, I'll go back to, we had a low estimate and a high estimate of the property's value, and we use the average estimate for that. Then next you have, really, these are order of magnitude. You're going to need to do some studies to find out the exact dollar amounts for these, but we've got some order of magnitude. So about $6.5 million to retrofit the facilities yard or the east yard, $300,000 to demolish the central yard building, the yard itself, and then another $6.5 million at the West Yard. The West Yard's a better fitted out yard right now. It just needs the mechanic and maintenance facility side of it, whereas the facilities or the FOB building doesn't need the mechanic side of it, but it needs much more in the way of upgrades to facilitate being the East Yard. What this gives you is 2 brand new yards as well, or relatively new yards. The conditions at those yards are relatively poor for the staff. Washrooms, lunchrooms, things like that, locker rooms. The Villanova yard, a lot of the staff just change in the open yard. Another yard, young student at the West 45 yard, there was no female washrooms there. She had put a sign on the door saying, there's someone changing in here, please don't come in. That's not acceptable. So those types of things would resolve a lot of those issues. And they're just legacy issues, but they're issues that need to be addressed. So at the end of the day, you end up with some major improvements, and you've got about $3.4 million net benefit from carrying out this scenario. So that's the 4 scenarios. I'm just going to summarize and then be happy to take questions. I know there's a lot there. So overall, the strategy looks at the net savings, and those net savings are made up of the capital renewal costs that are no longer required. I said these earlier, but I wanted to refresh them. The operating costs that are no longer required, and the gains that we might realize from divestment. Those are offset by the capital costs to either upgrade, replace, refurbish, or demolish, and the potential increase in operating costs that might happen by expanding a facility. So overall, you've got about $14 million of avoided cost over the next 10 years. These costs are just to keep those facilities as they are, not to improve them. And you're going to avoid $14 million of that. Got close to $3 million of operating costs that you'll be shedding net, roughly $15 million in gains from the sale of the property. You'll be investing about $24 million in upgrades and improvements to your facilities, with about a net gain of about $8.6 million. So I'm going to do the typical legal consultant stuff now, which is these are our assumptions and the risks to this plan. The assumptions are that the net renewal costs, or on the net renewal costs, is, as I said earlier, it's a combination of the BCAs, or the building condition assessments. Also, the staff in some of these buildings went around and reviewed them with us and said there's some things that the BCAs are 5-6 years old already. So we looked at that and updated some of those. And then if there was divestment within 5 years, we said don't do any repairs on that building, unless it was, something critical. But we basically we made an assumption: if you're going to get rid of that building in 5 years, stop doing repairs on it. On the operating cost, we included operating costs till the end of the year, and we put a plan together. We don't have it here; it's in the report. But we don't get into the detail. We've got about a 5 to 6 year plan laid out on the steps that you would take to do this. So we carry the operating cost until the year that you sold or got rid of that building. And then we assumed the new operating cost when a new building was built. So if a new fire hall came into existence, we assumed when the operating costs for that. The gains were the average, as I said numerous times, of the high and low from a commercial real estate firm. And then the additional costs, these are order of magnitude. These are from other facilities, our knowledge, the staff's knowledge on what these would potentially cost based on other projects that you've done. And again, the big thing in all this, there is risk. This isn't a walk in the park. There's risks that the gains don't materialize. There's a risk that these properties aren't worth as much as our real estate specialist says they are. There's a risk that you hold on to them and the market changes or the market goes up. Those are any risks you would typically have with divesting properties. And then another risk is the capital cost. So we know when we start building these things, I've been a commissioner of public works over my career and come up through the ranks, and I've never seen the engineering department tell me the cost went down, right? The costs always go up. So that's a given. Sorry, Andrew. But the cost, as you set an estimate, we call plus 30% estimate, plus or minus 50%, and then so there's a risk that those costs could be increased. We were very conservative with our estimates, so we think we've built in a lot of those risks, but I want to make sure you're aware of those risks. So, a couple more slides. I'm almost finished. Thank you for your indulgence. What are we giving up? We're giving up 4 operational yards that don't fully meet the staff or the community's needs anymore. They need major upgrades. We're giving up some medical offices that don't support the community operations. We're giving up some underutilized community centers, and again, to the people in the audience, that understanding those are definitely your baby, but in the overall community, they're underutilized. And those are St. William's. The Port Rowan is close by for potential community space in the new fire hall as well. The Waterford, you've got facilities in Simcoe, and you've got the library and museum there. And the South Walsingham, there's Port Rowan and Langton are close by as well. Again, these are just ideas, but those are some of the things. And then you're giving up the Cortland and Port Dover and Kinsman Scout halls. What we're gaining is more sustainable funding for the entire facility portfolio. This makes the rest of your buildings better because you have the ability to stop spending money on things that are at the end of their useful life and refocus that money on some of the buildings that are serving the community, the wider community. You're getting a centralized facility at the Gilbertson building, which is being upgraded, and it'll provide needed storage space as well for your museum artifacts and some other storage space across the community on the other half of the building. You're getting renovated cab buildings or county admin building, the Delhi building, upgrades to the future seniors programming, more appropriate located fire HQ and new fire and EMS at the St. William's Community Center, new EMS accommodations in Waterford and improvements to the other 4 communities, and new operations yard in the east and west with mechanics facilities, improved salt and sand, and improved staff washrooms, offices, and vehicle storage. So we need to look at this as a whole. This program is, if you say let's do this part and not do that part, they're all interconnected. The scenarios and the overall strategy is interconnected, and this is going to take leadership and political will. I'm not preaching by any means. I know you have a tough job as council, but they're tough decisions, but it's not sustainable. The buildings are not sustainable the way you're going. So it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of communication and transparent communication with the community. It's going to take some change management with the staff and with the community. Financial discipline with respect to managing scope so that we don't get wish lists and we don't have a $6 million project turn into a $12 million project. And then lastly, monitoring and continuous improvement. Is this working? Do we need to make changes as we're going along? So it was a lot of information. I apologize, but I'm happy to take questions or go back to a slide if you need.
Thanks, Jim. Quick question for council. How do you feel about parking our questions and going right into deputations? First, hearing from the community, and then we can circle back to Jim and then hear from staff. Is that okay? All right. Thanks very much, Jim. So I'm not going to receive that as information yet. We'll just park it. Okay, thanks. All right, we'll begin with our deputations then, so we don't keep you waiting any longer. First up, we have Heather Smith. Heather, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. The way the deputations work for everyone here today, you have 5 minutes with council. We'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. You're just going to hit that button on the right-hand side of the microphone and it'll light up red. And whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Heather Smith, and I am the president of the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association. I am here today because the Facilities Master Plan recommends that Norfolk County divest itself of the Walsingham Town Hall. The consultants that worked on this report were initially not aware that the Walsingham Women's Institute, who have just recently been awarded Norfolk County's prestigious Dogwood Award, have a 99-year lease, and that they have been looking after the town hall since 1967. The consultants do not still know that the building has high rates of usage. It is booked every weekend, usually both days, and sometimes during the week. So I am here today to explain that unlike in other community centers, in this hall, the Women's Institute do all the cleaning, the bookings, they arrange usage, they drive over on a cold night and make sure the thermostat is turned down, they pay for the insurance, they do all the cleaning. Norfolk County pays to do that in all the other community centers, so this arrangement might seem like a holdover from bygone days, but I would like to respectfully suggest that it is a partnership that benefits both the county and its taxpayers. I worry that the county believes that the community centers in Port Rowan and Langton cover this area, and so they think this hall might not be needed. In our user survey, a great majority said that they could not use Port Rowan or Langton community centers. Walsingham Hall fits their needs through the location, the cost, the ease of booking, and the size and historic character of the room. The hall is leased to the Women's Institute until 2066. It is my belief that this is a great arrangement for the county and represents a partnership that should be valued and celebrated. It means citizens are actively contributing to what is important to them. Norfolk County owns this heritage building publicly on our behalf, but the community, the Women's Institute, the Heritage Association want to work with the county to keep this heritage building operating. Maybe this can be seen as an innovative pilot project where within the structure of governance that the county requires, community groups work alongside the county to plan, fundraise, find expertise, or troubleshoot building issues. In the 1990s, the community put in a wheelchair ramp, and they made other improvements. And I realize times have changed, but if the county worked with our organizations, just like in the 1990s, all the costs do not have to be entirely borne by the taxpayer. The Walsingham Hall is an important historic building. It was built by Mason James Peach. He was a brick mason who grew up in the middle of England, very near some amazing examples of classical revival buildings. James Peach drew his inspiration from those buildings for this one. This building is a grand public building. Imagine walking by there in the early 1860s when all around you there are only one-story log or frame buildings. It represents some high-minded ideals about what local government and community life should be. The arch over the front door is reflected in the vaulted ceiling in the main meeting space. The pilasters down the outside of the building add extra flair and interest to the exterior facade. This was a building designed to impress, and it is still impressive 157 years later. The hall was designated by a bylaw of Norfolk County Council as a heritage building. There is a plaque put there by the county that says this site is designated for preservation. As a designated building, surely the hall deserves extra consideration, especially when coupled with the knowledge that this hall is well used, it is not costly to operate, it's in good condition, and the partnership with the Women's Institute is innovative and saves the county money.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I would like to respectfully ask you, Council, to consider removing the recommendation to divest the Walsingham Hall before you adopt the Facilities Master Plan. If you could do this today, take the hall off the divestment list, you would definitely gain a lot of goodwill in the western regions of Norfolk County. But more than that, you would make it possible for us to move forward and work together to develop a partnership and strategy that could improve and maintain this vital historic structure. The county has lots of partnerships, such as the one right now with the federal government to fund upgrades on the Port Rowan Community Center. So please work with us so that we can help the county's bottom line. A small fraction of it, I realize, but still every penny matters. So please do not accept the recommendation to divest the Walsingham Town Hall, and thank you for this opportunity to address council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Van Andrieschie, Duthie, then Michelli. Councillor Michelli? Sure. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Van Andrieschie. Heather, thank you very much for coming. It's great to see so many interested people here to support you and to support this request that you have made. Heather, just my first question, because council can really only deal with facts. You said that the hall is booked often, both Saturday and Sundays each week, and then another day during the week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, it varies seasonally, so it's busier in the summer and holiday times and stuff. So yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, are you able to maybe put a number on that for council? Let's say how many bookings a year would that equate to?
Well, it would be 52 times 2 because of
Yes.
the weekends.
Okay.
And then no, I don't actually have that number, sorry.
But it sounds like we are talking about in excess of 100 events or bookings a year.
Oh, yes, easily. Yeah.
Easily. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And Heather, you mentioned that you want the county to work with you. Could you give maybe council a couple of examples of how we might do that?
Yeah, I don't know if it would be some kind of like a friendship arrangement, like a friendship group that looks after the Walsingham Hall and, helps to fundraise for repairs, just like actually they have done in the past. But this would be a new kind of arrangement where we are, in consultation with the county over, say, helping to fundraise and put in a new wheelchair ramp or that kind of thing. So I can see that in a 10-year plan of all the things that need to be done there, we could be, spacing out that work and in between the times work on fundraising and try to come up with the money to help to assist the county to do what needs to be done there. And the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association, which previously hasn't been involved in looking after the Walsingham Town Hall, feels that this is really the premier historic building in the township of South Walsingham, and so we would put effort into assisting the Women's Institute to help look after the hall.
Thank you, Heather. And actually, you just answered, I think, my next question. I know that our consultant has mentioned that the Walsingham Hall only serves the community of Walsingham, but with the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association's involvement, would you say that it really does serve a larger area and a larger community?
Yeah, I think it does serve a large area. People come from a wide range of areas to come there, and actually it also serves a diverse community. So there's the Old Order Mennonite community are in that area. They use the hall. Earlier this year there was a Jamaican community wedding in that hall. So it's a diverse group. It's from a big area, and partly they are using that hall because it has it's a beautiful historic room to be in, but it also has historic significance to families and groups that have used it for many years.
Heather, thank you very much again for your presentation. I will have some other questions, I think, later, but your presence here is very much appreciated. Thank you very
Tom.
much.
Councillor Van Andrieschie, thank you for deferring to the word, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you very much for your presentation. I think people lose the sight of the fact that this is the community fiber when you have communities such as Walsingham and what it draws. So it's very important. But for me, it's the idea that we do have an agreement, and the agreement lasts us to 2066. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, that's right.
It was established, obviously, by the Norfolk Township in its day, because it was 1967 that it was established. Do you feel that, as a county and as a citizen, that the county should respect when they make an agreement, that they hold to their agreement?
I definitely do. Now I'm the president of a heritage association, so I definitely see the benefit of a 100-year agreement that is still actually working very well. They're an active group. They have 22 active members. They're motivated to be maintaining their side of this agreement.
And that's absolutely right. I think the court of public opinion would tell you that you better honor your agreements. It's pretty low to take yourselves out of such an agreement. I've used the hall. Many people from the area have used the hall. The Walsingham Ball Diamond is there. It's well used. The area is well used. And like you say, it's used specifically a lot in the times of holiday seasoning and stuff like that. It is appropriately sized for smaller groups. We find that it's very useful for showers, for even, like you said, small weddings, but gatherings and groups and meetings, it's very important. So I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate what you've said, and I myself honor any agreement that I make. Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Heather, first of all, that was a really, really excellent deputation. One of the best I've seen. Really well done. Can you just maybe talk to me a little bit, and you touched on it to a degree, but I'm just curious about the engagement, the activity of the Women's Institute in that area. Can you tell me some of the things that you're working on, some of the initiatives, membership, et cetera?
I'm not actually a member of the Women's Institute. I'm the president of the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association. So I don't really know all the things that they do, but just from the outside, from seeing it, actually you're going to have a deputation soon from a member of the Walsingham Women's Institute. But just watching what they do, I find it's wonderful activity, because they do know a lot of the people that book that hall. They know those people. There's relationships that have gone on for a long time. And then they also give money out in the community. So they help. They give a scholarship to the high school, which is very nearby, that kind of help to the community as well. So they're really a vital group. And they've been active since the 1930s. They've entered into this agreement in 1967, but it's a long-standing group, and Norfolk County just gave them the Dogwood Award, which is to appreciate their impact on the heritage and culture in Norfolk County.
Thank you, and my apologies. I had thought that you were serving both. But so tell me also then about your group. What I'm trying to get at is the longevity of an organization to ensure that the building is in good hands in other states, shall we say?
Yeah, in some ways, I think that the community has rallied around the Walsingham Hall, worried that they could lose it. And so the membership of the Walsingham Women's Institute is up, and the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association is very active. We have over 140 paid members. We're a registered nonprofit. We give talks. We operate public archives in the basement of the public library in Port Rowan, and we are working on a Becker Puller initiative, which was the last time I was here, and we have raised all the money. I was here, and you guys were all happy that I did not ask for any money for this initiative, and we have raised over $70,000 to build the Becker Puller just in the last 6 months. So we're active, we're able to fundraise, and we want to save the Walsingham Hall.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And Councillor Michelle, you asked the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, we've got lots of other deputations and buildings. Can we move along to the next? Thank you so much for joining us, Heather. Next, we have Susan Startling on the same topic, Walsingham Town Hall. Welcome, Susan. Thanks for joining us. Sorry, hit.
I probably did not hear that either. So I'm a person with disability. I'm classified as deaf, and I did not, when you gave the 1 minute through your microphone, I didn't hear that sitting at the back. So maybe if somebody
No problem. We'll have
could wave
staff.
something
Yes.
for me. And I do apologize if I didn't hear that I was, 5 minute was over, so thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay. So I can start now? All right. So my name is Susan Starling. I live at 23 Center Street in Port Rowan. I am here today to respectfully urge Norfolk County to please consider removing the recommendation to divest the Walsingham Hall before approving the facility master plan. The Walsingham Hall is an important community space that continues to serve our local residents and fosters a meaningful partnership with the Women's Institute. I asked Norfolk County Council to safeguard this hall to remain publicly accessible, to honor the existing lease agreement, and to preserve the hall's role as a cultural and historical gathering space for the people of all ages and backgrounds. By maintaining the Walsingham Hall in public hands, Norfolk County will be safeguarding a valued part of our shared heritage and leaving a lasting legacy for future generations. Along with 3,266 people who signed the petition to preserve the Walsingham Hall, I stand before you to share evidence-based research to demonstrate how community spaces like the Walsingham Hall plays a vital role in promoting health, mental well-being, social connection, especially in a rural area. The Walsingham Hall is an actively well-used, affordable space that fosters community engagement through social clubs, meetings, family gatherings, educational programs, and local events, all of which strengthens individuals and promote the overall health and well-being of our rural community. The loss of this space would remove a key source of social support, increase the risk of loneliness and social exclusion, and intensify the existing rural health inequities. Research consistently shows that rural Canadians face a greater risk of poor health outcomes and lower quality of life compared to those living in urban centers. The Rural Health Framework, developed by Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit, also highlights the critical role of social support as a key social determinant of health, reinforcing how spaces like the Walsingham Hall are essential to community well-being. These findings highlight why protecting spaces like the Walsingham Hall is not just a matter of heritage, but of public health and equity. Research shows that municipal decision-making should support the integration of rural health equity into the community. Divesting the Walsingham Hall would undermine these principles and conflict with the county's responsibility to serve and support its most vulnerable residents. The Walsingham Hall's significance is deeply rooted in the history of this community. In 1967, Norfolk County entered into a lease agreement with the Women's Institute of Walsingham, ensuring that the hall would remain a space for public use until the year of 2066. This partnership is a shining example of the type of community collaboration to address rural health challenges. Even more remarkable is the historical foundation laid in the year of 1850 when a bylaw was passed by the Township of Walsingham to establish a public hall with key contributions of our United Empire Loyalists. Their vision for a connected, resilient community is still realized in the ongoing role that the Walsingham Hall plays today. Thank you. Okay. So, in conclusion, the municipal leaders of 1967 and 1850 recognize the importance of community spaces for promoting health and social well-being. I ask that you uphold this legacy and continue to invest in the people of Norfolk and for our future generations. Walsingham Hall is more than just a building. It's a lifeline for our rural community. Could you please consider removing the recommendation to divest the Walsingham Hall before approving the facility master plan? Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Great job. Are there any questions for Susan? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Sue, thank you for your excellent deputation.
You're speaking? Okay.
Yes,
thank
I
you.
am, sorry.
All right, and I'm reading what you're saying. That's my hearing assistive device.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Very good. Sue, and I just want to test my own hearing. Did you say that there is a petition with over 3,000 signatures on it?
I believe it cut out a bit, but I believe you're asking me about the petition. In the petition, we gathered 3,266 signatures to preserve the Walsingham Hall.
Okay, and will that petition at some point be available to council?
Okay. Could I please ask Heather Smith to come up and help me with the questions? It's not working well.
Sure,
so-
no problem. Heather, is that okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. This is my lifesaver.
Yeah, the petition was just delivered this morning, and so we have brought it to council.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Sue, thank you very, very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to say, Sue, thank you very much for bringing up the point of social determinants of health and the importance to rural residents. I value that a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
While I have you both there, I was going to ask a question, but then I didn't, Heather. So between the two of you, are you able to share the booking numbers with Norfolk County staff / council? That's something that our staff don't receive, I'm assuming?
Yes, we could share those numbers with staff.
Okay. And Susan, forgive me, are you a part of a different group from Heather?
I'm part of my group. I'm part of the Heritage Association.
Okay, Heritage, okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you for joining us. We have Wanda DeMater up next. Wanda, you have 5 minutes. You can hit the button on the right-hand side. It'll turn the microphone on, and whenever you're ready, I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
I'm Wanda DeMater, and I'm here from Walsingham. I'm here to express my deepest concern over Norfolk County's plan to divest of the Walsingham Town Hall. This hall has been a distinguished historical landmark in my community since 1863. This was 4 years prior to Confederation, when Canada became a country in 1867. Our hall has been a landmark for our village for 162 years. In 2016, the Walsingham Town Hall was given a historical heritage designation. Why would anyone want to divest this building, which has so much history? If the walls could only talk, however, since they can't, it is up to our community to support this landmark. Other countries cherish and respect historical buildings, but in Ward 1, it seems our council may want to divest our historical landmark and the footprints of our ancestors. In the past, the Walsingham Hall was a hub of community activity. It was where the councils held their meetings, as well as all other community events which occurred in the area. As a child, even as I attended grade 6 in the hall, when our new school was being built. Ever since I was a baby, I've been attending events in this hall. To me, this hall was my castle, and I loved it, and still do. Walking to school each morning, I couldn't wait to go past this striking landmark. I would stand at the base of the building and look up to the sky to be able to see the very, very top. To a very little girl, it was so impressive and exuded so much strength. Even when we drove down Highway 59 and saw this majestic landmark, I knew I was home. The thought of selling this historical landmark is devastating and brings me to tears. My bond and love affair with this building is overwhelming. I know when some people see the hall, it's just another old building, but what I see is a castle full of wonderful memories. Our hall is not just an ordinary vacant building. In fact, it is a vital piece of our community heritage and plays a pivotal role in our cultural and social landscape today. Although it has faced many trials and tribulations, one thing has remained true throughout this time. The town hall has always stood majestically on its site, a refuge and a meeting place for our residents in times of need and even in happier occasions. Our hall is an important asset to our community. This is clearly demonstrated by the fact that 3,266 individuals signed our petition that was circulated. One attribute the town hall has is that it is truly a community hall. It was built and paid for by the citizens of this area. The hall is not costly to operate and is still in good condition because this is a hall for our community. We make it affordable for all. Also, all the events which occur in our hall do not require one of the larger community centers in the area. Walsingham Hall is just the right size for these smaller events. It is also a hall that is reasonably priced, so anyone in our community can afford to host a beautiful event for their families. Our hall is still the hub of our community activity and continues to be highly utilized by the surrounding area and serves the needs of our residents. It is always busy. The Women's Institute has done an excellent job of maintaining the hall and keeping it in good condition. They signed a 99-year lease and have been looking after the hall since the 1960s. They do everything to maintain the hall, which saves Norfolk County money because the volunteers do it for free.
1 minute remaining.
Any monies made are returned to the community through the donations and for the upkeep of the hall. This building has been lovingly cared for, and it would be appalling to see all those years of invested time and money stand for nothing. This year, the recognition of their diligent work, the Women's Institute was given the Dogwood Award to honor their outstanding achievement and the contribution of our heritage and culture in Norfolk County. As I said before, our town hall has been designated as a heritage building, and it is essential to keep this beautiful structure. Therefore, going forward, the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association and the Women's Institute, with the support of our community, are willing to help find grants or funding for repairs to keep this landmark secure and safe for future generations. Lastly, I'm asking the council to consider removing the recommendation to divest the Walsingham Hall before you adopt the facilities master plan.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Wanda? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to refer to the deputation as Mrs. DeMater. She was my grade 5 teacher, so I have to be on my best behavior. Mrs. DeMater, you said that the hall is very reasonably priced. And it's very accessible to the community. Could you just describe what you think would be the result if we were to divest this hall?
I think it would, it's the heart of our community. So I think it would really make a big difference having it gone. It's just...
And Ms. DeMater, so like you said the hall rental rate is very reasonable. Just for council, what is it?
I think it's approximately $85, something like that.
Okay, which is much less expensive than other places.
If there's a funeral and some people want to come there for the meal after, it's free.
So that's a good example of this whole community-minded approach.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. DeMater.
Well, I better follow suit, Mrs. DeMater. Councillor Van Andrieschie up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Wanda. Great presentation, and it just the honesty alone is what we all appreciate. I'd just like to draw to the attention of the council that the conclusions and recommendations that were made by the firm that did take a look at the building did acknowledge that that particular building was in, if I can see it, generally in fair to good condition. Now, I remember as a councillor with Norfolk Township, I remember when the front steps had to be repaired at the community center there. It wasn't a matter of Township taking funds from the taxpayers. It was organizing with Walsingham and many of our staff, volunteering and repairing those steps. We did many things, and I think that just shows us what community can do and should do, is to work together. So I believe that it is a vital part of Walsingham, one of the first stops Dad made when he come. And I really feel that it should be kept. So I just want you to have that assurance that I love that hall as much as a lot of people. Ward 2 uses it, and we appreciate Ward 1. Thank you.
I stood on those steps in a spelling bee when I was about 7 or 8. So it means a lot to me.
Did you win?
Tell you the truth, I can't remember.
Okay.
I think I think
fair.
I was I think I was one of the top ones, yes.
That's fair, that's fair. Okay. My only question for you is around the fundraising that you spoke of, and both deputations prior to you also spoke of the fundraising, but I didn't have the information in front of me. Staff had to help me out. So, as an example, the hall might be in fair to good condition now, but that requires a lot of capital investments to be made over the coming years. So, Norfolk County currently has, in the next 10 years, $440,000 planned for interior and exterior repairs, building restoration, including brick repairs, fieldstone foundation repairs, and interior replacement of some asbestos plaster drywall joint compound. And then we also have $75,000 in the capital for an accessible entrance upgrade. And then HVAC is not too far around the corner. So I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, and it's maybe a question for everyone who's spoken today on this building, but that's the extent of the capital repairs that we're looking at in the future when you talk about contributing to fundraising dollars. I suppose it's not so much of a question, but maybe to share some figures that speak to the extent of the dollar value of work that needs to go into this building. Given those numbers, does that scare you away from the concept of fundraising for this building? Do you think that that's something the community can raise to? Certainly not asking for, the full dollar value. I'm not asking for any dollar value, but is that something that scares you away from the idea of fundraising, or what do you think?
As an individual member, I don't think I'm in any position to answer that, but I could probably get back to you. I would have to consult with my peers to see
Sure.
what they think.
And Heather, just because I didn't have that information, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, no, that doesn't scare me. I knew those numbers. I think we could, working with the county, apply for grants, just like the county actually has a grant recently about fixing components of the heating and things at the Port Rowan Community Center. We could help write those grants or definitely get evidence of community support for those grants. So some of that fundraising might be smaller amounts of money, concerts and, flea market. But there could definitely be our assistance with applying for foundation money or other government grants. And I have a lot of experience in that, and I would be really, I would really welcome the chance to help the county if I can in that.
Okay, thank you very much for jumping back up. I appreciate that. Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and just sort of on the topic of what the Women's Institute and the Port Rowan Heritage Association might be afraid of, I just would have to ask Mrs. Demeter and the ladies of the Women's Institute, are you afraid of anything?
I think, Tom, you know the answer.
Thank you. I do know the answer. Thank you.
Smarten up, Councillor Michelli. Okay, moving on, we have Leanne Cowan coming to speak to council about the Kinsman Building. Welcome, Leanne. Thanks for joining us today. 5 minutes, 1 minute remaining. I'll let you know. Okay. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors.
Sorry, just pull that microphone in front of you there.
Okay. All right, I'll back up. All right, so good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. So I am Leanne Cowan, and I am one of the members of the Port Dover Kinsman Club. I'm here today to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about our future home, the Port Dover Kinsman Hall, as well as the neighboring Scout Hut. The reason that we are here today is to express our interest in working together with the county to ensure the preservation of both of these buildings and to outline the importance of these buildings for our community. The Kinsman Hall has been our meeting grounds for decades, generations actually, and it's a place that we call home. This is where we make things happen. It's where we brainstorm our ideas, plan our events, our fundraisers, meet with other organizations, and basically plan to figure out how we're going to support our community in the next way possible. It's also where we store our years and years worth of history, our fundraising goals, event supplies, event trailers, equipment, and so much more. Our fundraising tools and events have been used by multiple organizations over the years throughout the county. Example of this is our stage is used to help do concerts. Our fencing has been used for beer stock and at the Harbor Commission. And our event trailers themselves have traveled all throughout the county and could tell a history in their own. We currently occupy the Kinsman Hall building 365 days a year, whether it be from storing our supplies, having our meetings multiple times throughout the week. Both the Kin Hall and Scout Hut is a central hub for the largest fundraiser and Port Dover's largest event, being Friday the 13th. And as I am sure you are all aware, the buildings in question are located at the Port Dover Kinsman Park. History will tell you that the Port Dover Kinsmen were the original owners and developers of this land, and after giving the land and buildings to the former county for $1, both counties have continued to honor a friendly agreement in a life lease on the building at no cost to us. To hear that it is now being considered surplus is frankly heartbreaking. For us, and just showing because of our commitment, maintenance, and improvements to both buildings, land, and infrastructures. A lot of our funds raised have been contributed directly back to Norfolk County, not just in Port Dover. And some of these include the Port Dover Kinsman Pavilion, new dugouts, fencing at the Ball Diamond, the Kinsman Park Playground, batting cages, construction of the Scout Hut, installation of Kinsman Park sign at the end of the road. And we've also contributed worked with the county to provide 50% of the cost for the perimeter fencing around the Kinsman Park and former Doverwood School, helped with lighting through the Ball Diamond, paving costs, maintenance costs, helped with the skateboard park, Harbor Museum parkette. We've also included installing electricity at the Powell Park and Harbor Museum. Lastly, we have a hefty goal to build our splash pad that we are currently in the works of and helping or getting you guys to help with, which will be fully funded by us. It's probably about, and now because of it's about up to 800,000 now.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. Millions of dollars contributed directly to Norfolk County projects, improvements, infrastructure, and community organizations are all delivered from inside of our four walls that we call home. We ask that while you consider the report in front of you today, you consider our friendly agreement comprised years ago in exchange for land, as well as our full-time use of the building, continued investments in the land, infrastructures, and maintenance of the Port Dover Kinsman Park. And please remove the Port Dover Kinsman Hall and Scout Hut, from this report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks very much, Leanne. I have a couple just clarifying questions here. So in the plan, there's a point here that's one of the rationales for divestiture is the facility is not used to support any services directly delivered by the county. That is true, but you've outlined several things you do that support financially county services, and you did say millions near the end, which is good.
Yeah.
Could you, I don't mean to nitpick, but could you give us a clearer amount? Like, when millions, is it 2 or 3? Is it 10? Like, do you have an idea of?
I'm actually going to call on my other members to help with some questions.
Thanks, Adam. That's a great question. My name is Amy Ferris. I'm a member and the treasurer of the club, so I should have some of these answers. So first off, the pavilion itself was over $440,000, fully funded by the Port Dover Kinsman Club. The dugouts that we did about 5 years ago, I think they were somewhere in the range of maybe about $10,000. The fencing was a big expense. When we refenced the diamond, now that was a long time ago prior to my history, so I can't give you an exact number on that one. But we did partner with Norfolk County as well to fence the perimeter of both the Doverwood Public School and the Kinsman Park. So that would probably be something that they could answer for you. The sign out front, I think, was somewhere around $25,000. It was brought in, built somewhere and brought in. But I guess my overall, where we came up with millions was decades of money that has been given back. And the money that we're spending is actually going right directly into the infrastructure at that park. So I kind of joked yesterday when I was talking to a few people, it's like, you know, we've paid a couple $1 million in rent over the years maintaining this entire building. We basically maintain the entire building. We did the siding on the outside and painting of the exterior as well. We did the inside maintenance and repairs. We basically only call Norfolk County if there's something wrong with the furnace. Other than that, we take care of everything. So, and like I said, the infrastructure back into the park. So I'd have to dig deep in some history records to find those exact numbers, Adams, but it's been decades.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking that specifically is that I do understand that there's a cost to maintaining that building and the furnace and everything else. I get all of that, and I understand that the money has to come in. This is a somewhat unique, maybe not unique, but uncommon use of a building where Norfolk County owns the building and maintains the major costs, but it's a hub of actually generating revenue that supports Norfolk County in many ways. I think that's an uncommon relationship with the group and a use for a building. So just want to make sure we have that considered, because in fairness to Jim and Municipal View, they wouldn't know that. It's not part of their scope, and fair enough. So, but that is a piece of information. So in this report, it says that there's a current backlog of approximately $250,000, and it will require, in repairs that are already required, and it will require an additional $600,000 in over 10 years, so $850,000 over 10 years. Does that, because of your fundraising prowess, let's say, and your success in doing these things, does that number scare you if there's a contribution that would be requested, or would you be willing to work with
August 2027 That is my answer. The next Friday, the 13th.
So, okay, so fair enough. So that's what I was kind of getting at, is that would you be willing to entertain, if given an opportunity, working with Norfolk County staff to figure out a way to maybe reduce county costs and do those kinds of things, or is that on the?
100%. I think we already do that. Like I said, we
Yep.
did the outside already. We've done the inside ourselves. So yes, I know there's some structural concerns that I saw in the report that I've physically seen myself. We actually had a conversation about one of them last night, and we're like, just do it. Like, let's just do it. It's in the garage, in the concrete area, and we're ready to go. The first initial number, Adam, the $200,000, we're ready. If we need to do that tomorrow, we're ready to go on that.
Okay, so you sound pretty motivated to keep that building. So I guess what I'm hearing then is, I'm wondering, and I don't know what the answer to this is, and maybe it's a staff question for later, but that maybe we can set this aside if there's a willingness to partner, and I don't know how to do that we can't do that right now, but when do I do that?
I'll circle back to you in the report, and we'll...
Okay, that's it for me
make a note of it.
for now then, I think, and thank you both so much for everything you've done.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks for joining. Our last deputation is Mary Elder, and she's speaking specifically about the Sea Scout hut. Welcome, Mary. Thanks for joining. 5 minutes, 1 minute remaining. I will let you know.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak to you today. The Port Dover Sea Scouts are celebrating 75 years of being in Port Dover this year. So it was quite fun to have a barbecue and invite the community in to celebrate that. And then to come here today just is the opposite end of the scale. Being threatened with the possibility of decommissioning of the building and destruction by the first quarter of 2027 is quite the wow. Big changes. We can't give you exact numbers on how many youth we have supported. I was talking to one scouter the other day, and he said he'd kept a list, and it was over 200 just with one scouter. I can think of a few people here in this room today that brothers or sons were in scouting with us, or their daughters. When Scouts started to have Beaver Scouts coming online in around 1972, that was the 5 to 7 year olds. The people in charge of Scouts at that time, and the hut was behind the fishing business north of the bridge, and at that time they felt that the kids shouldn't be that close to the water. So this is when we started our partnership with the Kinsmen, went for a Winterio grant, and got the Quonset hut from Jarvis and had it built on that property. So that's how we got to be teamed up and sponsored by the Kinsmen, which we really appreciate over the years. I came on the scene in 1989 and started helping with the Cubs at that point. We use the hall for many things, and when I start thinking about trying to do this in other places, I feel a bit challenged. We cut wood, sand stuff, paint it, make messes, clean it up. Last week it was making pudding with 5 to 7 year olds, and it was all over the place. But they'd never made pudding before, and they enjoyed doing that. We run games that are active. We have times when they sit still and they glue stuff and they get sparkles everywhere. So these challenges on where to find a place where you can do all of that, the Scout Hut works because we can clean it up. We also use the Scout Hut as a base because of its kitchen for some of our fundraisers. Friday the 13th, it's really important for us to operate through that building. Otherwise, we can't do it. We also use it just to cut the onions in a kitchen when we do the Summerfest down in the park. Our volunteers are focused on developing youth into the best citizens that they can be. It's hard to take on finding a new building or a new home when we really are there volunteering to work with the youth. We wonder what the future could be, as we say with our kids, what's the adventures? What's the new adventure you'd like to take on? And this could be a big adventure for us, but we really would prefer to stay in the building if we can, to continue working with the Kinsmen. Depending upon council's decision, we will see where our adventure goes to. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thanks so much for joining us, Mary. Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate the deputation, and no doubt Scouts do exceptional things. No question. So we're stuck in a conversation about dollars, and I should have noted earlier that the dollars for the Kinsman Hall and the Scout Hut are lumped together, which is fine. It's just a matter of I don't know exactly what the Scout Hut costs and what the Kins Hall costs. So that 250 and the 600 that I mentioned earlier is the cost for both buildings. We've already heard from the Kinsman that there's a couple hundred, no problem, so that's great. I'm wondering if we can get some of the rest covered. So I've heard, I think maybe Amy mentioned before, that the Kinsmen are somewhat interested in taking on this building too. Have you had that conversation with them?
We haven't officially spoken about this, no.
Okay, then I'm gonna, is that something you're, can I call Leanne back up? Can you come on back up, or Kyle too if you want to? So I think that there's an opportunity to work together with the Kinsmen. Could you just pop up there and?
Yeah, we are more than willing to have that discussion between Mary and the Kinsmen, and then if we need to have county or council on board, we are very much open to that.
We're going to get a better deal than that. So I guess again, we'll put this back on for conversation with staff later, but maybe we can figure this all out, the three of us together, and figure out a way to improve things.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks very much, Mary. I don't have anything else for Mary.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks, Mary, for your presentation. It means a lot. It means a lot to me when we start to look at youth organizations and what's going on. The question to you is this an expense or is this an investment in youth and trying to raise good people?
To me, it's an investment in the future of our community. It's developing citizens that go on to be positive influences in the community.
I'd just like people to realize that when you look at larger cities, they're looking at trying to organize youth groups here, there, and everywhere to get the kids off the street. Here we have them. We should be looking forward to investing more, not less, in our youth. Thank you.
Anyone else? Alternatively, what if there was an agreement where council wanted to divest ourselves of the building to you and or the Kinsmen for $1? Is something that through your initiative you'd be able to fund structural repairs to that building yourself in the future?
I find it difficult to answer that question today because I just found out about this yesterday and have not had a chance to speak with our group. Our group committee met last Thursday and we were commenting on the fact we hadn't heard of this report coming forward yet. And so we didn't take any further action at that point. So I would like to talk with the group. I think we could do something, but I'm hesitant to commit to a lot because we really use our funding on our youth and on developing our youth.
Okay, thanks for that, Mary. And so if I wanted to book that hall, I don't book through you, I go through Norfolk County staff, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I guess maybe Jim and our staff team were working with internal staff on collecting data for this building and didn't reach out to the stakeholders?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, excuse me. Are you talking about consultation with the Scouts?
Yes.
They were at several of our open houses.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, thanks for joining us, Mary. Appreciate your time today.
You're welcome.
That is it for deputations. So could I please get a mover and a seconder to receive all items? 4.2, Heather Smith. 4.3, Susan Starling. 4.4, Wanda Demeter. 4.5, Leanne Cowan. And 4.6, Mary Elder as information. Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That's carried. All right, our plan at this point in time would be to switch gears and go back to Jim for questions. How does council feel about a 15-minute break, fill up your coffee, go to the washroom. If any members of the public are sticking around, you're more than welcome to. There is a washroom through that door in the back hallway there. If you're choosing to leave, it is web streamed and televised online, so you'd be able to watch from home as well. So thank you very, very much for joining us today. We appreciate your interest and your input. 15-minute recess.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, Clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying through the mayor or through the chair to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will flip back over to Jim from Municipal View, and we will open up with questions. So I'll turn it over to council. Questions on this morning's presentation? I have a couple. I can kickstart us. Oh, Councillor Van Andrieschi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I thank you for the report. There's a lot in it. Yeah, you know, as we recognize, I think we've heard from different facilities the reasons why not. But my concern is when we take a look at, if we could go to the portion that talks about our facilities with our yards and our maintenance yards and the domes and all that kind of stuff. My concern is when you did your consultation with staff, because they would know better than anyone else, when you restrict it down to 2 main yards and then minor, if we could bring that map back up, that would be great to talk about. Do we have enough, and has it been taken into account the further growth that will occur in Norfolk County? Because we're getting more, it's usually based on the roads, the mileage, the kilometers, the distance, the this, the that. And I'm concerned that we might be taking some parts away that in future we can't get back. We can't afford to buy back. So I'm very cautious about what we do divest ourselves from versus what we keep just for in case of. And that's really something I worry about. Like I look up the 59, and I know you want to dissolve one of the or up on the top part of 59, close to Cortland area. If that area grows, is there not a demand for some sort of facility closer for the sand or the salt or whatever? I just don't know if we have enough. I can understand your principle of having the 2 centers where we repair our trucks and we store our trucks and things like that, but I'm just very concerned over that, what the analysis really was done and what staff really does think of that.
So just before you answer that, Jim, Lakin, do you have the slides? Or Jim, or Tracy, or? Okay, we'll get our team to do the slides. And I believe Councillor Van Andrieschi's looking for the map of Norfolk that shows the dots. Slide 35, that's perfect. Jim, over to you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We did do quite a bit of work with not only the management team, but also the supervisors. Majority of the supervisors have been frontline staff and come up through the ranks as well, so they're very knowledgeable about the travel time and things like that. I think one of the biggest things with the growth, the West Yard, the West 45 Yard, really, when you're talking about roads, it's really about the major roads. The minor roads in Delhi, or the local roads in Delhi, the local roads in Simcoe, they're not as critical. It's really the safety on the major roads, and they do satisfy that with respect to clearing those roads. And then secondly, we do, if you have that map, there it is. The map with the black dots are fairly well distributed across the county, and these are salt and sand dome locations that would satisfy the need. There would be a loader there during the winter, and the staff would stop there and they would fill their truck up with sand or salt, and then they would go on their route or continue on their route. So the main thing really is there's some yards that are busy at times and some yards that are slow at times. And this allows for more efficient use of resources, and it allows for when there's a busy, and you have also microclimates in this community as well. So, you know, the having one area that everybody might go to, whereas normally when you have the siloed yard approach, you're, okay, we're just going to deal with this issue because it's in Cortland right now, or it's in Delhi right now, but you really want all of the staff in the west to be working on that, or all of the staff in the east to be working on that. So I know that was a long-winded answer, sorry.
But when I look at it geographically, I see just the yard there. I don't know, and forgive me, I should know. We have one dome there, I think, for sand or salt. on that particular property, and then you have the others. But it's the idea that the truck fills up and it goes out. That's a large geographic area, if you look at the map, that is not really covered by a dome. And also, does not the drainage and work in one of these buildings as well? I'd have to ask.
In Cortland.
In
Yeah.
Cortland. So now, I would say 85 to 90% of your drainage lines and ditches and things are more to the west end versus the east end. You don't have a lot of drainage on the east end, as well as forestry is more concentrated on a certain end. Where are those people supposed to work out of? I guess that's a staff question. But, and then pushing everything again to the east. I'm not comfortable with not having coverage, if you know what I mean. I'm concerned of that. I'm always concerned of what you can kick away and never be able to pick up with your hands. Let me tell you, like if you just, get rid of, divest of certain spots and then try to get that back when future shows that we need them, I'm very concerned about that. I'm not really happy with the distribution. I think it could be a little bit more, but I'd like to hear from either yourself or staff on that.
Sure, I'll start, and if staff would like to follow up. I think through you, Madam Mayor, excuse me, the main thing here is the alternative. The alternative is investing $4 or $5 million in each of these facilities to maintain them. That's the first downside of this. The second thing is we work all across Ontario, and I've been in roads my entire career. I've been a commissioner, started as a backhoe operator, worked my way up through the ranks, manager, director of roads. The idea of having these facilities are there only because of the locals. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, they were there because each local community it's not an efficient way to run operations. It's much more efficient to be able to distribute that work in 2 main yards and have all of your staff coming out of 1 yard. When we do other work, we're doing work in Caledon, we're doing work in Haldimand County. Haldimand is looking at going down to 1 yard. So, it's about efficiency, but it's also about maintaining these properties that really, the staff are in there for 20 minutes in the morning. The facilities are not somewhere like an office where they work all day. They come in, they pick up a vehicle, they go to whatever site they're going to, and that's 8 months of the year. In the wintertime is the really hard part, and we've got that covered with the sand and salt domes. But in these 8 months of the year, they're really out on the site. They're not at those yards other than the mornings and cleaning up at the end of the day.
So because I guess I'm not getting it, and I understand the 2 facilities, and I like that, I'm okay with that. It's the domes and sending a truck. If your trucks are at your main facilities, and that snowplow has got to go, and it's got to get a load of salt or sand or whatever, has to go all the way, in the west end, you see, you'd have to go either to Walsh or to, and forgive me, I can't read it, the one that's above it, to that yard. And then have to backtrack, have to come back and have to do the roads. We lose time. Time is so essential here. If you have a bad snowstorm or you have this or you have that, having that's a big distance to cover. I mean, we get complaints now. I mean, rural people, what do we get for our taxes? Well, you do snowplow, maybe my road at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But at the end of the day, people are concerned about their safety in the roads, and I really need to be assured that that's enough, because I don't feel it is. I feel the diversity of it isn't correct. I feel that, we're so large and geographically ranged in so much road that I don't know if the analysis was what satisfies me, is my point.
Okay, just a reminder, just questions, because we've got a big report that staff still have to go through. So I have Councillor Columbus, and then Van Passen, and then Duthie.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Van Dries, questioning the public works yards. The 2 yards that you're looking at proposing, would they house the mechanics and repair shops? Is that what we're looking at primarily?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in Simcoe, the facilities operations or the FOB building would not have the mechanics because there is the county garage in Simcoe. In the West 45 yard, we're recommending to add mechanic bays and a facility to repair the trucks out there instead of all 6 yards now shuttle their trucks to the county garage. So that's a huge waste of time. So those yards would have, in proximity to each other, they would have mechanics close by.
Okay, thanks for that. And you mentioned Haldeman's looking at 1 yard. Have you looked at 1 yard instead of 2 and put it right in the center of the county in Pine Grove subdivision area, Councillor Van Passen's ward, and have one large yard with all the facilities in one place?
We did at a very superficial level look at that. I think the 1 yard, so a couple things through you, Madam Mayor. The 1 yard would be most likely the Simcoe yard, which is way too far. To Councillor Van den Drieschi's comment, it's way too far to get out to the west. So I think there is a need for a west. And then just on the topic of filling up, you start out your day with a full load of sand and salt. So what you do is you drive half of your route, and then when you're almost empty, there are these satellite facilities that you stop and fill up. So you don't come to the yard, go empty, drive, and then go get salt and sand. You have salt and sand at your main yards as well, and then you're filled up before you leave, and then you have places to fill up as you're going along.
I mentioned 1 yard in Pine Grove because the county owns a woodlot there, quite a substantial acreage, and I think it would suffice to have 1 yard if you were looking at that. Can I ask another question with respect to a different building? The Delhi Friendship Center, in the report on page 152, it talks about it being in good condition, and then a couple pages later, it says it's not so good. So which is it, I guess? Yeah, on page 155, it says, oh no, that's wrong, that's a different one.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So it says an overall condition is good. The other issue, though, that you have is it does need repairs. So all of these buildings, a couple things that you have to understand about BCAs is they have this thing called a facility condition index. I'm not going to get too technical, but that facility condition index is a product of how many repairs is needed over what's the value of the building. And what ends up happening is over time, that FCI or that facility condition index keeps deteriorating. So although it may be, and this is as of 2020, the Delhi Friendship Center would be in good condition. But if we didn't continue to do repairs, which we haven't, then it keeps deteriorating. All of the buildings, I'm going to say a major portion of these buildings will be in poor to very poor FCI within 10 years without major investments. And these numbers that we're talking about in here, where we say Delhi Friendship Center, it needs, through you, Madam Mayor, the Delhi Friendship Center over the next 10 years needs $550,000 of repairs.
I know it was once a public works garage for the town of Delhi, the old town of Delhi. And if we were going to move the Friendship Center over to the Delhi Administration Building, would that be on the main floor or the upper floor? Because there is no elevator there.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. There is about $700,000 in the plan to put an elevator in that building. It would make the building more accessible for all of your needs and would make it more AODA compliant, not just for the seniors, but also most buildings are supposed to be AODA compliant, and that would make that building AODA compliant.
Thank you. That's all I got at this time.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. A couple little technical questions. In the West End, the proposed yards, public works yards, we have one north of Langton that used to be the MTO yard and one south of Langton that used to be the Norfolk yard. I think, is it the one south of Langton that you refer to as the loader storage area? And what happens to the old MTO yard that's north of Langton?
I'm sorry, I don't know, is that Cortland Yard? Is that the Cortland Yard we're talking about?
The one at 59, yeah, right by Gopher Dunes there. Yeah. Like, is that considered the Cortland Yard, or?
That's the Cortland Yard,
Okay.
yes, yeah. So the Cortland Yard would be divested.
Okay. And again, all those are long-term, so if, like Councillor Van Andriesch's question, if you see the demographics change, the need change, it's 10 years before we were going to divest, you change your mind? Is that sort of the general gist of the whole plan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think some more work needs to be done, a needs assessment needs to be done with respect, and again, adopting this strategy, I think staff have been very clear. You're not making decisions about getting rid of a building, you're making a decision to spend some more time now and get into the logistics. So one thing I would recommend is doing a beat study, it's called. So you're basically looking at where's the driving, how long is it taking, where do they fill up, all of those kinds of things. Very minor study, but it would allow you to make sure that you're not getting rid of a building, to Councillor Van den Driesch's point. But I think the Delhi yard is, you can't expand that yard. It's space constrained. It's in a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood. So it could be a yard that you would think in the future Delhi is going to grow, but it's not about the growth of population in roads operations. It's about maintaining the major roads, the arterial roads, which the West 45 yard and the Simcoe yard do adequately.
Now, and the other question is for the East End, the Bonnie Heath property, that's the Bonnie Heath pit, I take it, that the police used for years as a shooting range and it was contaminated and all that. And then we have the Villanova yard. Where's the logic in, like, they're only, less than 5 miles apart? Is there any logic to have to build something brand new to have a salt and storage dome and a sand storage dome at the Bonnie Heath pit, which is just a hole in the ground, as opposed to you already have an existing one that's 5 miles away? Where's the logic in making that recommendation?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. It's actually the Dundurn property, which is close by to Villanova, that we would be recommended to keep, and it has sand and salt on it already, and the Bonnie Heath property is vacant, and we're saying keeping that for the future if you needed sand and salt. But right now, we're not recommending to put sand and salt on it.
Yeah, but that is my question. Why would you recommend keeping a vacant property that's a hole in the ground with some trees on it, as opposed to potentially just leaving the sand and salt dome in Villanova? For the distance involved, why build brand new ones a few miles away when you already have existing ones right there? Is it like that you can't sell the rest of the property in Villanova if you only keep them because of where the domes are located? And, we did spend a lot of money on those in the last 5 years. Is that the logic, that you could get some good value of the entire Villanova property, but you can't keep just where the domes are?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I think we're miscommunicating. The Villanova yard is beside the Dundurn existing sand and salt domes, and we're recommending to keep Dundurn to replace Villanova. So two properties are side by side, and the Dundurn sand and salt dome would stay as a sand and salt dome, and you would divest the Villanova yard, which has sand and salt as well. So they're I would say, a kilometer apart from each other. The Bonnie Heath property is a vacant property that really wasn't part of this scope. It wasn't for us to look at vacant property, but we said that property could be a future property if you needed sand and salt in that location. But Villanova needs some major repairs right now. It doesn't have potable water. There's not sufficient facilities in there for change rooms, for lunch rooms. Yes, there's a coverall that was built there some time ago, but Villanova Yard needs a lot of work, and there's not a need for it because you have the Dundurn property right beside it.
Well, see, I would disagree. If I wanted to go to the Dundurn Yard, I think I'd go up Old 24, and just before I get to Lutesville Road, it's on the left-hand side. That used to be the Regents. That's just as far from Villanova as the Bonnie Heath winery or pit is the other way. So, you know, they're not side by side. They're 5 miles apart, just the same. So,
Just questions, please.
well, that's going what the logic is of keeping, like, unless you want to just go in the Bonnie Heath pit and just dig sand right out of the ground, that's what you can do there and spread that on the road. It's that kind of facility. That's what they used to use it for. And, you know, why would you save that one to build something in the future when you already got one that's close by? So there, again, that's discussion for when we actually get to the report, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duthie, Brunton, Huffman, and Barry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I have a list of questions, but I'll try to move through them quickly. I have some just quick ones. So just so I'm understanding, Jim, and thanks for all the work that you did on this, the gains listed in those gains columns were only the values of selling the properties. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the real estate values that you used, you said you took an average, you got a min and a max, and you took an average. When were those appraisals done?
Through you, Madam Mayor, over the course of a year. So some, as the strategy progressed, we did some assessments early on. I would say late 2024, and then some again early 2025. And they were done by a commercial real estate firm called Encore. Is a well-respected commercial valuation. And most of these properties are commercial. That's why we used a commercial valuation.
Okay, thanks. A couple of them surprised me. That's all in terms of the valuations. Like Shellberg at 2.2 million surprised me a lot. So interesting. I think you said at the beginning 155 million to maintain the current conditions of our properties, and that was just the current conditions. So the ones that are in very poor will stay in very poor, but so they don't get any better. Do you have any, like, I'm trying to get a sense of what it would actually cost to move them up. Do you have any estimate on that?
So through you, Madam Mayor, we did do the asset management plan for you. We had quite a discussion and debate with respect to current service levels. Was decided at that point to keep the current service levels, and those current service levels being, excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. Those current service levels were to keep the buildings. They're working now to keep them stable, and that's what the funding mechanism or the funding arrangement was. The 155 million there will be ones that you will fix, and they'll move from very poor to fair. But then 5 years later, they'll go back down to poor. There's ones that you'll spend money on that are in good condition that you don't want them to get to poor, so you're intervening now. So it's about balancing that. So it's hard to say that, well, let's take $350 million and fix them all up to good. You wouldn't manage your assets that way. You would manage them by, looking at what's critical, first of all, and then what's health and safety, and then you got money left over in your funding envelope, you would try to put that into some buildings that you don't want to go into the poor. So it's a big balancing act, but I would say that number of 155 million through you, Madam Mayor, is very low. If we're saying we really wanted to do more, that would be changing your service level, which you already kind of discussed in your asset management plan.
So I guess the next evolution of that question, if you were to follow this bouncing ball, would be if we went through with this plan that you've proposed here, what would that cost look like then, understanding that we've divested some of these buildings, et cetera, to then start bringing up the ones that we're keeping into a better condition?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there's roughly about $8.7 million there that could be reinvested into other buildings, or it could offset the risk, right? But what you are getting is 2 new yards, relatively new yards, buildings and whatnot there. You're getting a new fire station. You're getting upgrades to a lot of your facilities that are over and above your current capital, which are bringing, like the EMS, Delhi, CAB, some of those buildings, you are bringing them up in that spectrum of, fair to good or poor to fair. So the short answer, I guess, is it would be impossible to figure out exactly what that would be, but I think overall what you're doing is you're reducing the money you're spending on facilities that are not meeting the community's needs overall, because you want to keep those facilities.
Yeah, it does, except $8.5 million doesn't go very far when you've got $100 million worth of rec center and arena upgrades that need to be done.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Mayor, that's 100% accurate. It brings you closer to that. You already have funds in your capital budget. There is a lot of funds already in your capital budget. You could, and finance may want to speak to this, but it could be a rebalancing, right? You're going to do a capital budget for next year and successive years, and basically this is taking some of the pressure off of you so that you can make better decisions with your facilities. I think we're not saying take $8 million, put it in the bank and you just won the lottery. We're saying you're rebalancing the portfolio to try and invest and keep those buildings in better shape.
So thank you. You touched on it, and I'm just curious. Our staff have done a great job on the rec master plan. And obviously, you considered the properties within your study, but there's no real linkage to what we do moving forward. So I'm just sort of wondering if you have any overall comment how these buildings, how these facilities relate then to the master facility review and the master rec plan at the same time. I'm just trying to figure, like, how do we bring the two things together? Because I'm struggling a little bit that it wasn't included when we've got this overarching plan.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we did consult with Recreation, and throughout the Recreation Master Plan, it was going on concurrently. I think we're in agreement on the community center side of it. I think on the arenas, there was a debate at council about quad pad, multi-pads, pools, things like that we've watched as well. We weren't here, but we watched that debate. And I think what our intention was not to repeat the work of the Recreation Master Plan, but it was to make sure that you understood the shape that those buildings are in. And those buildings are at the end of their useful life. They are not meeting, they serve a purpose, absolutely, but they're not, you could have a quad pad, let's say. I'm not wanting to open that debate, but yeah, I mean, that I would seriously look at. Our recommendation would be, are you sure you want to spend $100 million over the next 10 years on these facilities?
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I have a couple of questions on different areas. One, I wanted to go back to Councillor Van Riesches, but I'm going to start with I picked out the South Walsingham. We spent a lot of time on that, so I have a question, or a couple of questions on that one, and it applies really to anything we're going to look at and divest. My understanding is that the capital cost was done by a separate consultant, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's a company called Englobe.
Englobe?
Englobe, yeah.
And what year?
I believe it was 2020. 22, they were finalized, 2021, 22.
Okay, do you have a breakdown of those capital costs for each facility?
I would say there's, through you, Madam Mayor, sir.
Might be more of a staff question through capital plan, but yes, we have that information.
Okay, it'd be nice to see that, because I assume it's escalated since 21, 22. The savings for operating, I assume that was done by our staff, correct? Over a couple of years, or how'd you come up with the operating costs?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the operating costs were estimated, numbers given to us from finance. So it would be things like hydro, minor repairs, utility costs, those types of things in the facility themselves. And then what we did is, if we recommended getting rid of a building in 3 years, let's say, we carried that operating cost for 3 more years, and then the 7 to 10 years, we eliminated that operating cost. So a master plan is very theoretical. So each property, as you're going to look at divesting or making a change, needs its own individual look at it in more detail.
Okay, well, I find 115,000, that's an annual cost, correct? I'm using the South Walsingham, just, again, it applies to any of our divested or potential divesting properties.
Those are 10-year costs through you, Madam Mayor, so that would be...
10-year?
That's correct.
For operating?
For operating. Everything in those tables are 10-year.
Okay, all right, I want to make that very clear then, okay. My second part of my conversation, or my questions touches on what Councillor Van den Rieschie brought up regarding our salt and sand domes. I think it makes a big difference, and I don't want to jump to conclusions to shut down domes that may be needed. And the reason I say that, it makes a big difference if we're using 1-ton single axle or a tandem when we're distributing salt and sand. The travel distance is a lot different, and I am sure, have you looked at that based on the new layout? That's very important, because in the urban areas it's very hard. Usually use single axles, or we have in the past, just for convenience, but that cuts down on your distance you're going to spread your salt and sand.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the two main urban areas are the Simcoe and the Delhi, and they do have concentrated sand and salt there. So you are in the location for your locals. On the larger arterial roads, the west yards, the yards are really a starting point. No work really goes on at the yards other than a starting point and a storage location. So that's where we feel the 2 yards are sufficient. But it's imperative to keep the sand and salt domes that are at the satellite yards so that they can refill and they don't have to deadhead. They don't have to drive halfway, turn around with no salt and sand, and so they need to build their beat maps around the distances. And we've got, according to our assessment, as well as discussions with the supervisors and the director, sufficient coverage to get the sand and salt into those trucks.
Okay, and that's fair. Again, I think it's very important on the type of equipment that's used. But again, it wouldn't close all the domes. It might be a trial and error for a while. So anyways, thank you very much.
Okay, I let that question go just because of the distance needed to travel would be dependent on the size of the vehicle, but it is an operational question. So try to stay high level because it's a big report. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you. My question is regarding the Waterford Fire Station and the EMS. Well before I got into council, there were talks of adding that the EMS space was insufficient. And so I'm going back, it's over 10 years now and nothing has been done. So I notice in the report that you're recommending that there be a space built at the current hall for the EMS. Do we actually know that there is space for this improvement for the EMS space?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there were drawings done several years back. They weren't ideal. There would need to be some refinements to those. The cost at the time was $700,000 to do that addition. We've carried $1.4 million to be very conservative in that, but there was some turning radiuses for some of the trucks that was an issue, but I think there's definitely an engineering solution to that.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have questions like conceptually about the report, if that's okay. Well, it's going to have to be okay because I'm doing it. So the 8.6 million that we can get out of the 155, is that, just to clarify, is that it? Like, is that all you think we can reasonably get? Like, do we need the other 146.4 million worth of?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it's about, and I'll take you to, if we could go to the presentation for a second, to slide 38, Madam Clerk. So I think this is this is why I wanted to summarize this. You've got about $14 million of avoided cost. So you're not putting $14 million into assets that are at the end of their useful life or that are not fully utilized or that are not serving the community. Again, we're not talking about one specific, I'm just making generalizations. Then you have a reduction in operating cost for those as well. And then you have some potential gains, albeit there's a perception that those gains are overstated. And that's fine. But then you're going to invest $24 million new dollars into some other solutions, and those $24 million will bring some facilities up to very good condition. They will give you new yards, new facilities that won't need investments down the road. So it'll be a rebalancing when you come to your capital project or program of rebalancing and making sure that you're not going to spend money on something that you're going to tear down or you're going to sell, but then you are getting a new fire station and EMS, you are getting 2 new yards, you are getting upgrades to CAB, DAB, Gilbertson, all of the EMS stations, those types of things. So they are over and above your current capital program.
Yeah, I asked it bad. What I'm wondering is that is there any more, is this sort of it and then we're good to go, or do you foresee in the future the recommendation coming that we should dump some other properties is more where I'm going? Like once this pain is over, is it over or is there more to come?
It's through you, Madam Mayor, it's constantly evolving.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to give you that as a guarantee.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so the buildings, like everything's been divided into categories here. So we've got admin categories, and we've got culture, and we've got rec and everything else. Is there one area that more so than others that we could really focus on to improve, our costs and our savings, but also our services? Like, is there one that's, and if there's not, it's okay. I'm just curious, because there's got to be a value where it's like, okay, yeah, these are all good, and we could all save money, but this is where you really need to invest in order to provide the most and best services possible.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think your biggest win, we haven't even calculated efficiencies in the operations area. We've just looked at capital. I think your biggest win on this plan from being in it for 2 years is your operations side. I think it's really what's happening in municipalities. I think those facilities are local, and I think that's not how you run road operations. I think the community centers, you've made some tough decisions already with Teeterville and Victoria and Pond Street properties, and we've made some other recommendations. I think there's a good reduction in cost for those facilities because they're all aged and at the end of their useful life. So operations-wise, I think your biggest savings will come and you will have new facilities. Reduction of costs, I think your biggest area is your community centers.
Okay, so do you have a sense of how much of the deficiency or like required repairs and upgrades and things are related to things that the county must do that weren't considerations at the time that the facility was built or required? So I'm thinking of things like AODA or changes to liability. Just for context, like I'm wondering, because it's one thing to build a building or take a building 50, 60, 10 years ago and things change. And I'm wondering like how much have things changed to add unexpected costs that we now have to deal with?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. It's a hard question to answer, but I think really my best analogy is putting new tires on an old car, right? That's the best analogy I can use is, yes, you will have the car will drive and it will be safe on the road, but it doesn't meet your needs any longer. And that's what's happened with a lot of these facilities. They're at the end of their useful life, and you're putting good money into a building that is going to continue having problems. You will build a furnace, and then it'll have a roof. You will fix the roof, and then it'll have, they're at the end of the useful life.
Okay. So the report outright says that doing bits and pieces of this plan will compromise the overall plan because some of the sales are essentially required to fund some of the investments. I'm super paraphrasing, but that's the gist, correct? Okay. So, you know, how much does turning over buildings to community groups for $1 where it recommends to sell them, or not divesting where it's recommended to divest, like how much are we skewing things every time we change gears without maybe adding something back to make up for it? Like how much are we compromising this?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I think there's a couple areas. I would say the demolition of buildings, all you're doing is stopping the bleeding. So that's one. You can make that decision to give them away for $1. You haven't lost anything.
Right.
The buildings that you're divesting, you've got two opportunities. You're stopping the bleeding, and you have a potential gain. That's only a one-time gain, but there is a potential offsetting operating cost as well. So macro level, high level, I think, you know, giving buildings away or entering into leases, long-term leases, isn't really going to cost you that much. But things like the operating yards as well, there's a whole study that can be done on efficiency there that you will become more efficient by having those 2 yards. That's a given in my experience.
Sure. Okay, so on page 15, you have your 15, 16, it has the rationalization criteria, continues on to 17. And it's great, like there's lots of things, but I don't really see how those criteria actually were weighed. So I just have a question about clarification, like how did you weigh each of these criteria and saying, okay, well, this one doesn't meet needs? Well, okay, I don't argue that it doesn't meet needs, but how much does it not meet needs before it requires being divested? Or how much, you know, does the fact that the facility is not highly or emotionally regarded by the community weigh? Like, how do you determine that, and how did you weigh it, I guess? Because there's a lot here, and it's all really good, but I don't see how it becomes a recommendation.
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, we struggled with that as both the senior leadership team and ourselves. I think one of the things we got to do was to be in this community for 2 years and understand the sensitivities. I think it's really important. It's not all about money. It's not all about the condition of the buildings. There was a balancing act of all of those things. In each of the business case, we tried to answer those questions as best we could on all of those 6, 7 categories. So if you go to each of the business cases, it does talk about utilization, does talk about historical value, it does talk about that. It's hard to, we started out with this massive table of numbers and score, and then it became a math problem. Then it just became let's just get the one that scores the best. So we did a different approach, and we said, let's do a first sweep. Let's look at candidates. Let's look at things that are sticking out, and then let's explore that a little bit further and give it more discussion with staff, with facilities, and so on. So it was an iterative process. It wasn't a math problem.
Okay, that's good. That's interesting. A couple more here. So on page 19, you've got a pie chart. 1/3 of the respondents were from outside of Norfolk, but they use the facilities. I'm wondering a couple things about that. Is that typical that you would have a survey that you weighed 1/3 of the responses from outside of the municipality?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I think the issue is it's on the internet. So we ask people to say where they're from.
Okay.
So we weren't in control of that.
And fair enough. So that goes to my next question then. So how is that weighted? Did you give equal weight to the people from outside the community and their opinions versus the people that are here and use them more often and pay for them?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think we weighted the opinions. We had many discussions with community leader groups, with one-on-one groups. Again, we tried not to go to a math problem and say, well, these 17% of people said this, so therefore let's give that a 4 instead of a 3, because it just loses its human value, and we tried to have more conversations and more discussion than just going with weightings.
Okay, on page 29, we've got 91 properties with 137 facilities. What is I just looking for just quickly what the context is. Like, I get the sense that this is a lot, but how a lot is it? Like, how comparable are we to other municipalities of our size and population? Are we out by a lot or a little? Like what, if this is too many facilities based on like what? It's just on its own right now.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in 38 years in public works and municipal government, I would say this is a huge amount of buildings for this small community. As well as the last 5 years as consulting. We've done work all over Ontario, and there is a lot of, we have $560 million worth of buildings that are in our scope. You have other buildings as well, but I would say this is a lot. And it comes from the fact that you were small communities, local communities that had their own library, their own rec center, their own everything. And then when you amalgamated, Haldeman went through that process, and they quelled, what the right word I'm looking for, but they went through this exercise many years ago, and that didn't happen in Norfolk.
I did notice that you mentioned that a couple of times, but so again, I just to put a finer point on it, like, okay, so we're a lot. Are we 10% more than the average of where we should be? 50% more? Do you have a sense of it?
I don't.
Okay,
to
that's
tell
fine.
you the truth.
Okay, that's okay. Okay. So then you've noted here that there's some frustration from the community. Based on the results of public consultation, that there's dissatisfaction and very dissatisfaction in facility conditions, that they do not meet community needs, et cetera, that there's expectations of the county to take on responsibility, allocate funds, maintain assets, on and on and on. I'm wondering how these questions were asked. So, is it a matter of people saying, here are all the things we feel because you said to us, should the county do these things or shouldn't they? Or do they understand when you're surveying them that there's a cost to this, that if we keep these buildings or keep every property or whatever we do, that it either necessitates a reduction in other services to make ends meet, or we have to raise your taxes by this much. Do you want to, if you had to choose between these buildings being repaired or your roads maintained? Like, I'm wondering how much context when people say the county, has to step up and allocate funds and these have been neglected and all these other things. Do people understand what the impact of a decision is to keep those buildings and to continue to repair them when they're past their quality of life? And if you had told them it's going to be a 1% increase to your taxes every year for the next 10 years or 5% or whatever, would that have affected the outcome of people's opinions on what we're doing here?
Yeah, I think through you, Madam Mayor, we have limited bandwidth when we're speaking to the public, especially through a survey. So we can overwhelm them with too much information. We did various different approaches to try and get the community's pulse, specifically community leadership groups. Many of the community leadership table were members of specific clubs and specific BIAs and things like that we brought together, and we tried to create debate between the money side of it and the emotional side of it, the BIAs versus the rec centers and things like that. On the survey side, again, we're limited to bandwidth. And then we also had public meetings where it was an open forum, where we had people come in and chat with us for 20 minutes. We had 7-8 staff there, and people came in. We had coffee and donuts, your typical open house, and did a 10-minute presentation and then asked questions at that point.
Okay, last one. So Port Dover Works Yard is on the water or near the water, and I realized that was not in your scope, was to talk about other uses or potential uses. I understand all of that. So I'm not trying to get you to answer that, but so there's a price tag of $445,000 to sell that one. And I'm just wondering, we often struggle with trying to acquire, or the ability to acquire waterfront property and use it. And I'm wondering, I realize you weren't given direction to look at other uses, but I guess where I'm getting at is, when you look at these buildings, is it possible that there are other higher uses for community benefit rather than just selling or keeping? Like it's either this or that in this study. It's either we can sell it or keep it. And so, if we knock down that building and put some money into remediation and make a public area, how much did that weigh into your recommendations, I suppose, is my question, is that there's other possibilities maybe that are maybe better than just flipping it?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think we got that deep, Councillor. There's 10,000 scenarios we could have gone through, but our scope was to look at the objectives that we talked about at the beginning.
And granted, so I just want to confirm that potential other better use or a different use was not really part of this.
I think we did do some better or other uses, like community center to a fire hall, Delhi admin building for the Friendship Center, things like that. We didn't talk about parkland, like we've got a vacant property here, should we turn it into a park? We absolutely didn't do that.
Fair enough, thank you very much.
I have a couple, but I'll make them quick, Jim. Through your work, the former BCA, the building assessment from the other firm to present, is it your opinion that that was status quo? Like we've made those financial contributions and that the building condition assessment audit is still relevant to today?
I would think on every building it's different. There were some critical things that monies were invested. There are still monies in the capital budget for some of those repairs that are identified in the BCAs. We kind of wouldn't say put a hold, we kind of paused and tried to stop time for a bit until we finished this work. So I guess the short answer is those BCAs are good the day they were made, and that's what I would rely on them for.
Okay, it's going to speak to a point that I think you're going to already make for me, but there's been significant financial contributions from this council just to maintain the status quo on a lot of assets. So these buildings speak directly to that. You've answered my question on what made up the operating cost. It didn't come into supplies and staff and all of those factors. It's heat, hydro, utilities. You spoke about the average estimate, high versus low.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, one clarification. There were some minor repairs, or if there was a facility cost, if there was a specific staff that maintained that facility, those were part of that operating cost as well.
Good to
but
know.
Not a staff that are providing front-facing service.
Good to know, thanks. You've spoken about the high versus low in the average estimate on the assessment of the assets. Do you have a rough estimate ballpark figure on the low so that we conservatively could ballpark a worst case scenario?
I can get that at a macro level. I would say, I'll give you ideas of what the high and lows weren't 1 million to 5 million. The high and lows were 1 million to 1.4 million, or 2 million to 2.4 million. The order of magnitude was pretty tight.
Sure.
But I can get that number for you on the low end. We contemplated using the low end in the report, but we went with the average.
Okay, thanks. The 7.5 avoided in the repairs, the current, have you just taken the current number in our capital costs for those figures, or did you add inflationary pressures, cost of living to that in case we don't get to them in the first few years?
So a couple things. It was really difficult. You've got things in the capital already. You've got BCAs that say we have a need, and then you've got BCAs that are missing things. And then we went with what's I said earlier, a reinvestment rate of 2%. So it's a bit of a combination of all of those. Not to dilute it, I think the needs are real, but I think they have probably gone up since that. So I would say if you wanted to get these buildings even where you would like them to be proud of them, that number would be higher.
Okay, I'd agree with that. EMS in Waterford, is that 1.4, is that a build on number that using the existing structure, adding to?
Correct.
So, okay. I would agree with Councillor Huffman's comments. Like, I have concerns about investing on that lot in that location. I would rather see something sufficient on a different spot. I'm just trying to decipher what staff questions. I mean, were you fully aware of the 99-year lease to the life leases that we heard about today from Walsingham to Kinsman before you began the work?
Yes, we were. There is termination clause. I'm not suggesting that you do those. We're not talking about illegally breaking a lease. There are termination clauses with a 3 months of notice, but not suggesting you do that. I'm just letting you know that's what's in the lease.
Okay, that's all I had for questions. Jim, really great job. Really impressed with your knowledge and retention on all the facilities and what you're spouting off at the top of your head to us, so job well done. Council will receive Jim's presentation as information and move on to the staff report. Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. And then I'm going to go over to our CAO and then to Ms. Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Jim and his team, for all the hard work, and thank you to our staff. As Jim noted, it's been a couple of years in the making, and it's been certainly a marathon as we try to achieve a bit of a roadmap for the future. Just wanted to just take a moment to just clarify that the exercise was about facilities. It wasn't about community groups, and what makes this community as great as it is all the work that the community groups are doing. And we're not suggesting for a moment that those operations cease or anything like that. What we're suggesting is when you look at the buildings, when you look at the capital cost of maintaining those buildings and investing in them, and you look at the utilization rate, perhaps those groups would consider alternative locations to provide and continue to provide the services that they're providing now. As we look at sort of the totality of our investments and the financial picture that we're in. Just to put it in a bit of perspective, if you consider Norfolk County having about $8 billion worth of assets, and you heard from Jim that we're talking about roughly $560 million worth of facility assets, which is probably a little bit on the light side. If you were to replace them, they'd probably be a little bit higher. We're talking about roughly 10 to 15% of our total assets that we're talking about now. And when you talk about sort of putting things in perspective, if we're talking about following this plan in its totality, and we might have to adjust here and there, but if you follow the roadmap, and it does result in about $8 million worth of surplus funds that would come out once everything settles, you're talking about approximately about a 5.5 to 6.5% on a tax levy that would either be mitigated. The funds that would be generated would then allow the county, whether it's this current council or future councils, because we're talking about a long-term strategic plan, it allows you some financial flexibility to reinvest those funds, put it in reserves, keep the taxes lower, whatever that looks like. These are all opportunities for this council and other council to take into consideration. It's never an easy decision to make some of these types of considerations and talk about some assets that are loved by our community, but what we're talking about is trying to gain some efficiencies. And I think you've heard a little bit about this, that 20 years ago when Norfolk was amalgamated, that would have been the ideal time to look at some of these facilities and provide some rationalization and provide some of that financial stability that would come of that and the operational efficiencies. And we're getting there now, and it's an important decision that we have to make. There's few decision points that this county council will have in terms of resetting the direction that this county is going in, and it's a redirection that will have lasting impact, and it's something that you should really take very seriously as you're making these decisions and debate about the future of these facilities. We are a large organization, and like everyone else, like everyone who's come to speak, like all of us here in this room, you all have to live within our means. And you look at the cash coming in, you look at your expenditures that are forecasted to go out, and you have to make some important decisions. And part of what this exercise is about looking into the future, setting a roadmap so that current staff and future staff will be able to follow that plan with the objective of bringing some operational efficiencies and some financial stability as well. My experience in my municipal world as well is that this county, for its population, has a lot of buildings. And, at the end of the day, you can make the decision to keep all of these buildings, you can make the decision to follow the recommendations, or you can decide something in the middle, and that's council's purview. With every decision you make, it'll have a financial impact. And so if the decision is, forget the recommendations, we're going to keep the status quo, we're going to keep going, we'll quantify what that cost is and what that impact is going to be. If council decides to follow the recommendations, you've got a bit of a an estimate already with the recommendations, and if it's something in the middle and there's a hybrid that council decides, we'll certainly work on that and provide that financial update as well. So just wanted to set that in context before I send it over to Stephanie just to review the report. It is a lot of work, and this is something that many municipalities struggle with. So Jim, thank you very much for all the work that you've done, and thank you for all of the staff input, because it has been a marathon.
Perfect. We are on staff report CAO 25085, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and councillors. I will keep this high level and brief since we've already had quite a few presentations. Today we are very happy to be presenting the Norfolk County Facilities Master Plan to you for consideration. This is the culmination of 2 years of comprehensive analysis and consultation on over 120 facilities across 90 county properties. This work was carried out as a collaborative project. Our consultants with Municipal View worked closely with a dedicated cross-departmental project team throughout this process. Together, we conducted extensive community and staff consultation. We visited every facility in scope, ensured recommendations were grounded in operational realities, reflected service delivery and community needs, and ensured strategic alignment with Norfolk County's strategies and organizational goals. This was not a simple cost-cutting exercise. The resulting strategy carefully balances our financial reality with community needs, recognizing that the Corporation of Norfolk County exists to build and serve our community. It requires difficult but necessary choices to ensure Norfolk's long-term sustainability, and represents a fundamental shift from reactive facility management to proactive investment in facilities that provide the greatest community benefit, instead of spreading funds across a portfolio that is too large to maintain properly. Today, we are seeking Council's approval of the Facilities Master Plan as Norfolk County's strategic roadmap for facility planning and investment over the next decade, providing direction to staff to begin planning and implementation. By approving the master plan today, Council is committing to this plan as a strategic direction. So to be clear, today we are not asking Council to authorize individual property transactions or divestments, construction project expenditures, or specific budget allocations. Each recommendation in this plan will return to Council through the appropriate processes, and Council will retain full decision-making authority at every implementation milestone. For example, property divestments will come back with valuations and surplus declaration recommendations. Capital investments and construction projects will come forward for consideration through budget deliberations and will follow standard approval procedures. Pending Council's decision, staff will report back to Council on the immediate divestment opportunities and implementation timelines identified in the strategy in the coming months. Staff are recommending that Council adopt the Facilities Master Plan as Norfolk County's strategic framework to guide future facilities planning, development, and investment decisions. Thank you for your consideration of this very lengthy report, and to Jim and his team at Municipal View for their hard work on this project. Staff are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Just before we get started, a question for staff or our clerk. I was wondering this in the staff report. So you're going to get this term of council to endorse a strategic direction, and then you're going to bring individual locations back to council, which could likely be another council that hasn't endorsed the strategic direction. So one, what's the merit in that? And two, does it not constitute a reconsideration?
I get a sense you're looking at me, Mayor Martin. No, it wouldn't be a reconsideration. So it's actions taken by one council are continuous unless changed by a next council. So endorsing a master plan stands until a subsequent council changes course.
Sorry, I should have specified that. I agree with that. So if the future council decides to not divest themselves of an asset that this council strategically has endorsed to continue down the road for divestment, is that not a reconsideration of that council? I suppose not, but what's the point in getting us to endorse a strategic direction should in the next?
Well, I can answer if you like, Mayor Martin. The technical term, it wouldn't be a reconsideration, as staff are proposing that individual divestments would come back to council of the day to make those decisions. As to adopting a strategic long-term vision, that's something separate and unique to individual action items.
Yeah, that brings me a little bit of concern now that I dig into the fact that we would go through this process and endorse a direction and then have each individual location come forward at a separate time to be politicized or undone at a later date. Seems a bit...
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly give you my thoughts. I don't think this would be any different than anything else. As staff, respectfully, regardless of who's elected, we're taking direction from council at the time. If this council decides, here's the master plan from a facilities perspective, and staff start working on this plan, which we know will be multi-year, I would expect that with the next term of council, as part of the onboarding, part of my responsibility or senior staff's responsibility will be to advise the new council in terms of the projects that they're working on, the direction that they're going in, and until we hear otherwise, we continue to go on down that path. And so, when we talk about individual decisions coming back, certainly that's part of the process. That's just the municipal process. We have to come back to council to declare a property surplus and whatnot, but it would always be as part of the business plan, the multi-year plan that we would be following. And so this wouldn't be any different than the rec master plan, any different than any of the other financial master plan that you've covered and that you've put in place. That's all part of long-term planning. And from a staffing perspective, it would be almost impossible for us to act on multi-year initiatives if we're trying to keep multi-year plans to a 4-year horizon, which would be this term of council or the next term of council. And so that's the way it works.
I don't know. Questions from council on the staff report. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Just to reiterate, yeah, that's the way it goes. Every new council has an opportunity, so it's just the lumps that go with it. This vision that you want us to endorse, is there room for us to have a hybrid model? Can we make suggestions to the thoughts of, for myself, anything that has a contract or where there's something was signed, to say that they have a lease available to them? I'd like those removed. How would I go about doing that?
Through Mayor Martin to the councillor, I believe that those individual decisions would still be up to council to remove from the strategy or consider if they do come back at a later date. Or if you wanted to provide direction to staff to investigate something else like a land lease, for example, that's direction council could provide. I don't know if our CAO has anything to add.
No, you've nailed it. We'll just separate them out. Councillor Duthie, then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm listening to all this, but I want to remind everybody that nothing stays new. So whatever you build new, the next 10 years, you're going to tell me it's outlasted its usefulness. So this is, I mean, other counties, we're not unique. This is a situation that occurs everywhere. But at the end of the day, remember, what you built today, tomorrow, is going to be old.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of staff questions. So, in the talk of the operations yard and building mechanic bays at West 45, is that then planning to use current staff, add additional staff? Like, I realize it's long-term vision, but as I said last week, I don't love just adding more FTEs. So I'm curious, like, what is the thought process here?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in consultation with staff, our understanding was that we do have mechanics that do spend a lot of time driving out to the West End with the current model. And if there was a request to expand staff, that would come forward as a separate report. But with the existing model, we have a mobile truck that drives out to the West End quite frequently, so this would eliminate that inefficiency.
Great answer, thank you. This one might be to our chiefs, fire and EMS. I'm curious your thoughts on separating sort of headquarters locations for EMS to be in Delhi, fire to be in Simcoe. To me, it seems that there's some operational synergy for you to be together, but I'm curious, maybe I'm wrong on that. So Ms. Potter, I'm not sure if you have comment, but I'm certainly curious to hear from the chiefs on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Duthie. Yeah, so there are some synergies of having EMS and fire together. It's quite often that I would walk down the hallway to Gord's office and have conversation. Now, obviously, with Teams, this makes it much easier to do that. As you can see, this is a temporary solution with the proposed future headquarters for EMS. The separation and putting us together in Culver just doesn't quite meet the requirements. There's not enough privacy for both of us, as I'm dealing with patient information. Gord is dealing with fire situations. We shouldn't be overlapping in that space, as well as the storage. So currently at Culver location, the storage there is definitely not susceptible to our current needs right now.
Okay, thanks. And then I had asked you this earlier, and I don't know if you guys have had any further conversation about it, but on the map on page 120, and I don't think you need to put it up, but just looking at where the Port Rowan Fire Station is and its proximity, and my apologies, Councillor, I'm not familiar with those buildings off the top of my head, but where Port Rowan EMS base is there any validity to those two being co-located? I realize that's part of the strategy that we're moving forward with in some other locations. I think that makes sense. Curious if it's possible there.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Duthie. So yes, that is a great suggestion. However, both of those buildings right now are not set for replacement. It's just repair at this moment. In the future, that would definitely be something that we would look at, as in this study it was suggested that we do look at combining the facilities together to reduce some of that economic impact.
Perfect. I think, yeah, my other questions have been answered. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Barry?
So, I guess when we talk about, giving or selling or whatever buildings to community groups, which is coming up again, this is sort of a cousin of this. Is this a good time to start talking about a policy where if we do that and it doesn't work the first time, that's it, and we move to divestiture rather than prolonging these things? Like, I feel like we've had some opportunities here during this term and probably before, where we've tried to look at giving community groups a chance, and it hasn't worked out, and that's just delayed decision and created more conflict potentially, and certainly added to our risk of having to spend more on repairs while we wait for these groups to get it together. While we're doing this, I'm just putting on the table that could we or should we look at something that says you get a chance, or you get a year, or you get whatever, and then if you can't get it done, we're done and we move on? I guess it's a rhetorical question somewhat, but I guess my question then is to Al or related staff, is that something we have the ability to do, is create a policy to that in that manner?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would suggest if it's council's desire to have a policy of that sort, there could be direction to staff, and we could certainly come up with something that would perhaps provide some guidance if this council or future council is looking at opportunities for partnerships with community groups and things of that sort.
So, okay, so that's direction to staff. We don't need a motion for that to come back. We can get a report on that, or a recommendation on that?
It would be nice if we had direction to
Okay, I'll
staff.
move that. We'd send it back to staff to come up with a report on some kind of policy around community partnership to divest buildings, and what happens when timelines and deadlines aren't met, and do we give extensions or not, and how many extensions, and all these other things, and what the potential financial impact is, and to county and to, well, of course, taxpayers, 6-in-1, county and taxpayers, and try to tighten this up so we don't keep prolonging these things.
Okay, there's motion on the floor. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Huffman, any debate? My 2 cents would be that the policy doesn't, and we can talk about this later, but I won't be supporting a policy in the future that dictates that council must. It should be a decision given the terms and circumstances of each individual property, but more a policy on what happens when they can't follow through, which I hear Councillor Berry speaking more to, but I'll just go on the record and state that I'm not interested in creating a situation where capital assets are continually punted 1 year down the road just to find out that the partnerships won't work. So more of a policy that speaks to what happens when it doesn't pan out and the decision to move forward from council. All right, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Back to report questions?
Yep, sure. I do have a couple others. So, so in the case of the Kinsman and the Scout Hut partnership there, they're grouped together, so I don't know what each of them costs. But I'm wondering if, you know, if we're going to get out of those old buildings, is it possible to pursue a discussion with the Kinsmen if they're interested in taking on both, that we do that? They've already committed to, like Amy said, you know, oh, 200,000 today, no problem. I mean, you won't hear that every day. So clearly there's some commitment there and some desire to make this work. And I'm wondering if those buildings are so far gone, if within that discussion we could look at, is it worth having it a community partnership or community funded initiative where they knock those buildings down and put up something new that serves both on that county property where they're located already. So I guess why I'm asking for that is, are they allowed to rebuild on county property if they go down that road? I want to make sure that that's even possible, because if we are going to tell them, look, go build a building somewhere else for the two of you, then they have to procure land, and that's a considerable cost as well, where the partnership we have with them on our land right now is actually pretty effective. You've heard that they raise a lot of money that they immediately invest back into infrastructure and projects that the county would be on the hook to fund if they weren't doing it. So I'm wondering, is that doable? Al, can they even rebuild? If we were to take those buildings down, we, community, Port Dover, were to step up and fund removing those buildings and building something new, is that something that's even allowed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in those particular cases, we'd probably have to look at some land severances and some different things, or we'd have to see exactly what that would look like. Anything is possible. We can certainly explore memorandum of understanding, some sort of partnership, probably under the purview of what you just put in terms of direction to staff in regards to a policy to see sort of a last chance agreement type of thing with some of these community groups. But anything is possible, should it be council's direction for staff to look at alternative arrangements with some community groups.
Okay, because yeah, we've heard today that they're willing to invest some serious money into keeping those, and like I said, at some point it becomes pointless for them to continue to fundraise for a building that's gone when they could just, anyways, blah, blah. So is that a motion then? Do you need that again to go back and have staff directed to meet with the Kinsmen and the Scouts to see what's doable on that before we make a decision on divesting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it's council's direction to proceed with the recommendations in the report, minus those two properties, and direct staff to go out and have discussions with the Kinsmen and whatnot, we can certainly park those two properties and allow the rest of it to proceed, and we can come back to council with some options.
Okay, then I think I'd like to do that, especially just only because we've heard today that there's a significant investment in those properties that is willing to be made. So I'd like to explore that before we just say no thank you for the money and we're moving on. So can I make that motion, please?
Yes, you can. Can I come back to you to move that? Unless someone opposes it, then I will come straight back to you. We'll put it on the floor, but I have some hands that have come up during your conversation with
That's fine.
that. Okay.
Sure.
Councillor Brunton, Michelle, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Could I ask Stephanie to go back and just reiterate to me how she looked at this report going forward? I'm getting confused here. We seem to be starting to dig in the weeds. And she had a great idea how we are to proceed forward with the whole report. And I'd like to hear that again. Is that possible, Steph?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Brunton. What we're recommending for today is that Council adopt the facilities master plan as the county's strategic roadmap for the future of our facilities. So this would guide facility planning and investment for and this is what staff would plan for over the next decade, and it provides direction to staff to begin that kind of implementation work. So by approving the master plan, what council is committing to is the plan as a strategic direction. So this would be reflected in our finances, in our capital planning, in our operating costs. And then in the future, those individual, property divestments, there's a process that we have to follow to divest property. So we would need to bring a report back with evaluation for council to consider. We would need to bring back a recommendation to declare a property surplus at an open meeting before we could divest a property. So all of those decisions would still need to come back to council. But adopting the plan means that you're giving direction to staff that this is the strategy that we should be planning for.
Okay, so if some of these concerns that we had around the table when we spoke with regarding different parcels, they will come back to us to make a final decision? Is that really what we're saying?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so it wouldn't be a final decision in the sense that we would still need to bring back a recommendation to declare the property surplus, and this council or the council of the day could say no to that. However, if you're adopting the facilities master plan as council's strategic roadmap, staff would be planning for the divestment of those facilities as part of that strategy. So
Correct. If we pass the recommendation as is, you're telling staff to go out and prepare to sell and close these properties.
Yeah, I interpreted it different, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Michele, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Councillor Brunton's question kind of is sort of along the lines. I just want to have clarity. None of this precludes council today from removing a property that is recommended for divestment, correct?
Correct, council's direction.
Okay, so that could still be done today. And when will we be given the opportunity to address that?
We're in it. We're doing it.
Okay, that's what I want to know. I just want to, I don't want to be sitting here and find out that we've actually passed by something that maybe the public's not aware when we're doing it. So
No.
if that's the case,
Questions to staff,
and these
and
are
if those are
questions.
finished, then I will
So these
go
are the
along.
questions, and I guess my question then is to staff. With regard to the Women's Institute Hall in Walsingham, I just have noticed and identified a few examples of some inconsistencies in the report. And I totally recognize this is a very long report. There's a lot of properties, a lot of, as Councillor Very mentioned also, a number of rationale and criteria. And, there's been kind of it turns out that there's been a little bit, as our consultant mentioned, a subjective approach to the criteria. There's no specific weight placed on, community value, heritage designation, frequency of use, all those kinds of things. But I have, noticed and again, I'm only referring to the Walsingham Hall, on one page, I believe it's on page 155, it's described as being in fair condition, and then on page 158, it's described as being in poor condition. And I guess, like Councillor Columbus mentioned earlier, I'm not really so much concerned about, which is it. I'm just trying to point out that, we don't have a concrete, real measure, and I do understand that in 10 years, it's going to be 10 years older. As Councillor Van Indrie, she said, every building is going to be 10 years older in 10 years. But I'm just kind of concerned sometimes that we, in a couple of instances, and perhaps even with the Kinsman Scout Hut, where we have undervalued some of the criteria and have not recognized, like the importance of, I think, why sometimes the public does have to attend meetings here. We might
Question,
not see
please.
those things. Yes. So what I want to know is it possible for us to simply remove one of these properties that is recommended for divestment, and do that, as it's being suggested, so I don't know if I need
Yes, that can
to make-
happen with some direction, but I have to go to Councillor Van Passen, then Councillor
Of
Berry,
course,
and
I
I will
understand,
return
but
to you.
that, no, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering the same thing, I guess. How do we get there? Because there's a staff report that's been presented with a recommendation that we adopt the facilities master plan as Norfolk's strategic framework. But that master plan has a bunch of recommendations in it. I don't agree with a couple of them. And how do we pull them out? So I got to
Okay.
ask the clerk, like, would it be best that I put the motion on the floor as presented in the staff report? And then Councillor Michelli can come forward with an amendment to that motion that he'd like to adjust the master plan and put in a,
No, I decided. Thank you for raising it. I decided. We're going to go to Jim's recommendation of properties to be divested. And we're going to go through them and provide individual direction to staff, given that there are contentious items and others are not. I've heard about Walsingham Yards and Kinsman's Scout Hut. So let's just do it that way. There's only a handful of them. Jim, help me out. What page number in your report am I going to find your...
I think through you, Madam Mayor, the presentation would be the best if you wanted to go building by building, because there's a financial, and if you go to the financial table,
Yep.
you can walk through each of the 4 tables and say yes, no.
Yep, where do I start?
Exactly. Sorry, I will pull that up. It is, the first one is, I'm assuming administration, everyone was okay with?
No, we're going to provide the
Okay.
direction to staff, so
So you would go to the slide 19 on the presentation.
thank you. We'll get that put up on the screens here in just a minute.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the nice thing, you'll see the financial implication of each of those decisions.
Perfect. All right. Administrative. Is there anything that anyone wishes to change in here, or can we adopt a motion that the administrative scenario be adopted in full? Councillor Berry, moved, seconded by. Councillor Duthie. Debate or discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously, thank you. Slide 28, thanks, Jim.
Through you, Madam Mayor, assuming we're not debating rec centers or recreation arenas, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, community and culture scenario. Councillor Berry, I will go back over to you. You had proposed an alternative.
Yes, I did. I would like to have an opportunity for the kinsmen who have expressed a willingness today to invest in those properties, to have a chance to speak to staff about doing that and what kind of deal we can make. So if that's...
Okay, so we'll just start with removing it, and then we'll provide specific direction after it's been removed.
Okay. Well, okay.
Is there anything else on the same page? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to move that the South Walsingham Hall main building be removed from the recommendation to divest.
Okay, understood. Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It hasn't been said too much about the Teeterville Women's Institute Hall, and I'm wondering what stage we're at with that. It was a move made to divest it, but is there a possibility, because there's a cabin that was donated several years ago by a former mayor and other buildings on that site, is there any thought that we could take a severance off it and make that a park and just unload the Teeterville Women's Institute Hall itself and retain some parkland on that property?
If Madam Mayor, if I may, to help with the councillor's question. Yes, part of the The reason staff have moved fairly slow in the Teeterville property was we are in need of storage for the items that are inside the building. With the Gilbertson plan coming together, there will be storage at that building, so that will enable staff to clean the artifacts out of Teeterville. They have a home, and then it's a whole process of what we do with those. So back to your original question, I believe it is possible to do some type of severance. I don't have planning staff here to answer that, but that's what staff are looking and now moving ahead. And it would be report back to council whether it is deemed surplus, would be sold as one. But we do have the building, as you mentioned, and a few things that just coming to the with the new reorg in my position, we're just starting to re-look at that again.
Okay, I'm realizing that there's maybe some discrepancies throughout, so let's just start first with Councillor Barry. There's a motion to remove Port Dover Kinsman Scout Hut and Port Dover Kinsman Hall from the community and culture scenario. Is there a seconder? Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
What does that mean? That just means
told him I'd
it
come back to him.
disappears? Or there should be another sentence with direction that we also would like to sit down with the Kinsman and discuss possible usage? Because that motion as it sits on the floor, all it does is get rid of it and nothing happens at all.
Yeah, so that was my question earlier, and I didn't
Yeah.
want to interrupt you, but I thought if we just put it into one, we could.
Sure.
Okay.
So, and further, that staff be directed to consult with the Port Dover Scout Huts and the Port Dover Kinsmen on viable options, including and not limited to sale of the structure to them, a fundraising partnership agreement, building new on the property.
And all other potential uses.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
And through you, Madam Mayor, could we add that
No.
when that report comes back to council, should council not agree to any one of those options, that it then be recommended for
Default
disposal as
into-
the original
Yeah, that's actually
recommendation?
what I was trying to get at earlier. The same idea is if we're not going to get it done, let's go. So yeah, fair enough.
Okay, and that, should that option not be successful, the property defaults into the community and culture scenario, original community and culture scenario to be divested. Seconded by Councillor Huffman. Councillor Duthie, was your hand on this particular one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To be honest, it was probably more generic in that I'm wondering if it just made more sense to remove the properties and ask, as a group, and ask for a staff report to come back on each of them, considering all of these options.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but then I don't support the third one. So then I would be asking for a separation of the question anyways.
Gotcha.
Okay, everyone understand? Port Dover Kinsman, Port Dover Scout Hut, all in favor? That's carried unanimously, perfect. We're going to do Councillor Michelli, who has a motion on the floor to remove the South Walsingham Hall. Councillor Michelli, do those same criteria and direction to staff apply for the staff report?
No, I don't want that to happen, Madam Mayor. In this case, we have a lease that has been signed with this group. It is a designated heritage building. It is, among all these properties, the most self-sustaining operation in Norfolk County. I would like it removed entirely. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Van den Driesch. Debate and discussion. Councillor Columbus? Councillor Van Passen?
I can't support that option. I think that the lease is there, yes, but I think I'd like to update that lease. Went to the public, they had a nice meeting there a while back and showing their support to keep the thing. I love to keep the building, but I'd like to sort of reestablish a new lease that is a little more clear on who is responsible for what, where the funds come from, to keep, who maintains it, how they maintain it, all of that. And I think some discussion with the Women's Institute, and maybe be possible to get a co-signer on the lease, such as the Heritage Association down there, to maintain sort of viability of the lease for the next, what do we got, another 40 years? So some discussion definitely could take place. If it results in no changes, so be it, but the discussion, I think, would be very beneficial to everybody involved, not just the county side, but the Women's Institute side and the community as well. So I would hope that Councillor Michelli might offer up a little subtle change to his motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will take Councillor Van Passen's suggestions as a friendly amendment. I think that makes some sense, even though I am, of the mind that I personally don't see anything wrong with the current arrangement we have, but anything that that can include additional organizational and community support and consultation while still maintaining what really will be the status quo, I could accept.
And does that also include discussions with staff with the groups to initiate fundraising?
I'm going to say yes.
I would hope so. Are you okay with that as the seconder?
As long as the intent is that it is removed from the community and cultural scenario.
Sorry, the intent is which?
That it is removed
it is.
from the community and cultural scenario. I won't support it unless that is the intent.
That is the intent.
And Madam Mayor, that is my intent as well, as long as it is entirely removed today.
That is the first line of the motion.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just seeking clarification on the direction to staff. So the direction in regards to the two Port Dover locations, clearer, because the intent is to go out and negotiate with the group in terms of a financial arrangement that lessens the burden on the county. Is the intent with a new lease just to better define the terms of a lease, or is the intent to also try to lessen the financial burden of the county of maintaining this property and the capital costs associated with it?
Mover, then seconder, please.
I don't think that that's exactly what it is that we had in mind.
Seconder?
It is the clear intent that it is removed. It is to look at the lease of reviewing the lease, not to change the lease or the term of the lease, but it is to enhance the lease or to improve it. Now, there's opportunity for fundraising, to divert some costs, but I don't want it so watered down that you've got all of a sudden a rabbit hole that you're going down that it isn't satisfactory to the Walsingham Ladies Institute.
So for clarity, should all discussions fail and falter and fundraising comes in at $2, you want to stick to the original agreement where the county upholds its agreement, and this is not part of the divestiture schedule. You're okay with the status quo continuing should staff fail in their discussions?
Yeah, I don't think they'll fail, but I just don't want to change the lease as much as I want to modernize the lease or take a look at avenues of fundraising to assist. That's all fine as long as it doesn't change the fact that they have a lease and we're morally responsible for that lease that we're in.
Okay, so the direction would be that the South Walsingham Hall main building be removed from the community and culture scenario of the suggested divested properties, and further that staff be directed to consult with both the Women's Institute and the Heritage Group on mutually beneficial enhancements to the lease and agreement, as well as fundraising opportunities to support capital expenditures.
That's fine.
Madam Mayor, that was perfect. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. The remainder of community, Councillor Columbus, over to you for a motion with Teeterville.
Okay, with respect, I just Googled on Norfolk County maps, and I believe the size of that parcel with the Women's Institute Hall is about 1 acre in size. So my motion would be that we divest the Teeterville Women's Institute Hall, but retain half of that lot for the purposes of a park.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Van Andrieschie, debate and discussion. Councillor Huffman, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you to Councillor Columbus, could we get some detail as to what kind of park?
I would think it's a passive park. There's a cabin on there and some a storage type of facility where museum artifacts used to be kept. Perhaps we need more information from Mr. Cridlin's department as to what kind of park he would suggest there.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just get the impression that this is jumping a gun or I don't understand the process. Like council sort of set that bar that we were going to divest ourselves of that parcel, and we're waiting now for staff to come back with the report. And I think Mr. Cridlin already touched on it, that there are artifacts there that didn't have a home. Now that we have another building, potentially there is the home, we can get the move, and then staff will come back with a report at some time and say, look, here's the plan that we put together for council's approval, here's a direction, here's a direction. You know, the one building, I understand the family would like to have it back because there are rules with artifacts that are donated. You got to give the donatee or donator first dibs to get it back. So, but all that should come back in a staff report before anything actually changes, right? So.
Agreed. Me personally, we've already been down this. It's been, I think, 3+ years. I'm not looking to change a direction or open up this can of worms again, so I won't be supporting the motion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is defeated. Is there a mover and a seconder for the remainder of the items, community and culture scenario, to move forward for the strategic direction? Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. All right, the next scenario, please. And for our kinsmen and scout friends, your property and building have been removed. A staff report will come back and we'll make a decision with more information later. Thanks.
Slide 32.
Okay, emergency services. Over to you, Council. Councillor Van Passen?
Well, a bit of a comment. Last year, the year before, the County of Brant built 3 new fire halls, 2 of which are identical, and the other one is the mirror image of the other 2. You know, we have a couple on the list over the next 10 years in our capital budget. I just hope that, you know, we can look at doing that same thing, only pay the engineering and the architect once and just keep reusing the plans. And I hope, St. Williams is a perfect example. Every fire hall I've ever seen has a training room that is usually undersized for what the firefighters actually need to train in. So if we can make a training room that's a little bit bigger, then it can also be used as a community meeting place and hall. Just make sure there is a separate entrance so that it can be locked off, like a meeting room with bathrooms can be locked off from the rest of the hall. Build that into the design, and then you get more use out of it than just a place to park fire trucks. So not really changing anything in the emergency services scenario. I just hope that staff could think about those things as we move down the road.
Okay, is there a mover and a seconder for the staff recommended emergency services scenario? Councillor Brunton moves, seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. Discussion and debate. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. What my concern is I seriously don't think there's space at the Waterford Fire Station to add this EMS base. So I just want to make sure that that's not exactly what I'm committing to, that we look at a different space for it. There just isn't room for it. So how do I make sure that I'm not committing to that?
Yeah, I agree. So this motion would put some funds, allocate some funds with the intention for an addition to be made. But let's maybe just specify that alternate solutions also be brought forward, including a potential new facility on land if staff can investigate that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, could we word it in a way that should the addition to the existing station not be feasible, then that staff are already directed to look at alternative options?
I think that's what you're hearing from the councillor. She doesn't think it's feasible.
So are you certain it's not feasible? Or it would have been done by now? And if it was feasible and it hasn't been done by now, then that's not looking very good on us.
So Madam Mayor, I think we're saying the same thing. So I think we're all in agreement that the Waterford Fire Station EMS base needs to be the appropriate size, needs to be co-located for efficiencies, and what we're saying with this recommendation is staff will proceed with that work. If it's not able to be done on the existing site, then we will look at alternatives and bring a report back to council.
I think you're hearing from the counselors / my own words that I inserted that that's what the report should be focused on, investigating viable options for the alternative location. And if that's not viable, then we look at the current site, because I would agree with the counselor, there's not a lot of space there. We already know some trucks can't pull in there. There's significant changes coming to that community. We've got lands that are approved in a official plan amendment that could see a new location. It doesn't need to be larger in size, it just needs to be better suited to the community, and every single truck needs to be able to come in and out of that lot. So staff report investigating, supporting it in principle, but investigating additional options or co-location in Waterford. Obviously bring forward any information about that land. If we're wrong, if we're way off and there's an easement or something somewhere and you can get a truck to turn around, then fine, bring that forward in the report as well. But
okay.
I'm not seeing any kind of disagreement to that. So is that a motion that Councillor Huffman wants to adopt all of the other recommendations with the stipulation included for more information on Waterford Fire and EMS base? Is there a seconder for that? Oh, sorry, I think I already got a mover and a seconder. Councillor Duthie. Councillor Brunton, are you okay if I take you off as the mover and Councillor Huffman's amended? You did. But it was a while ago. Yeah. Okay. Any further debate or discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Like 36.
Thanks, Jim. Yes, Councillor Columbus.
Are we done? I had a question with respect to the last slide that was up here.
EMS?
Yeah.
Yep, we just passed it, but.
Well, it wasn't EMS, it was fire hall.
Yep, we just passed it, but go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I didn't realize that that's what you're doing. My concern is with respect to that we're going to be demolishing the St. Williams Community Center in favor of building a new fire hall at that location. And I'm just surprised that there isn't anybody here to speak to that in the audience. So I just wonder what the rationale, I don't know whether there's enough room on that particular site for the fire hall. And that community center was not built that long ago. It was only Township of Delhi Council actually had it, and there was a lot of community dollars. They had a lot of breakfasts there to pay for that building. I'm just wondered why we haven't seen some audience here just like they had with respect to the South Walsingham Hall.
I don't know that any staff member can actually answer that, but maybe Jim wants to provide some comments on the consultation process.
Yes, through you, Madam. Excuse me, through you, Madam Mayor. Your previous slide, which was on the community centers, council did vote to remove or to demolish the St. Williams, and this is the follow-up of that, which is now build a fire hall on it. On our consultation, we put that out to the community. I'll say that is one of the lowest used facilities, so there may not be a major community group that has taken ownership of that, or that it's used about 4% of the time.
I would also, thanks, I'll come to you in just a second, Councillor Michelli. I would also say that, I can't remember when it was our facility review bus tour. And I remember driving past that location and staff sharing with us that initially the plan was to remove it and not replace the service. So I'm actually really happy with the suggestion from Jim and from staff that they recognize the value of having that base there and that location there. And while it may cost us the community center, which is very low utilization, a community room is set to be put in, just as Councillor Van Passen spoke about, in this fire hall. So we're actually improving the service level from an emergency services perspective in the St. Williams community. And I know that that is not where staff initially started with this file. So I'm really actually happy with where they landed. Councillor Michele, comments on this, then we'll move along.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just regarding Councillor Columbus's question, there has long been commentary about the need for a new fire station in St. Williams, and I think for most people, considering the lack of usage of the community center, and the managing and balancing the fact that you get a new fire hall is, I think, something that the community is pretty much in support of. And I also, maybe I could ask our fire staff if they concur with that community.
Sure. Really quickly, Chief Stillwell, comments on new station in St. Williams.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Michele. Yes, it's time for the replacement of the Station 10 in St. Williams. We worked with Municipal View, and their observations kind of aligned with what we looked at too, to provide a station in an economical way to suit the needs of the community.
Thank you very much. We'll move along to page 36. Road operation scenario. Before we get into the weeds, is there a mover and a seconder for the entire proposed scenario? Councillor, Van Passen, then Barry. Councillor Van Passen, then Barry. Oh, you are moving. Okay. And you are not seconding? Okay. Is there a seconder for the scenario, recommended scenario? Not right now. Motion on the floor first. Seconded by Councillor Duthie. All right, Councillor Very, you want to make an amendment?
Sorry, I
that's
misunderstood what was happening. My mistake. Thank you. So that Port Dover Old Public Works building, I'm not necessarily saying forever don't get rid of it, but I just want to sit tight just for a second because, again, it is right on the river there, and we have made in this term of council a priority to acquire and upgrade and do whatever we can to waterfront properties. And it just seems like, here's one. It doesn't make sense for us to go out and seek out waterfront properties and then flip one that we have without exploring to see if we can get something done. So I'd like to just sit tight on that just for now, and revisit it and see if I can find community groups. Like if we tear that thing down, I'll happily raise some money in Port Dover to make that a nice area and see if there's some service clubs that want to make it a great spot for Norfolk County. So I realize we're going to give up a little bit on the return there, but as far as the selling it, the $445,000, fair enough. But could we buy a property that size for $445,000? No. And if we could, would we? Maybe, maybe not, but we've got one. And so that's where I'm looking at this from, is from our priorities of developing waterfront. It's in our Lakeshore secondary plan area already. If we had the Port Dover secondary plan finished, I'd be willing to bet that it would be, in accordance with that to say, take care of this property. It's downtown-ish. So anyways, that's what I'd like to do, is just remove that one for now and see if we can do something better with it.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to go to the mover, see what he thinks, but I think I already know what he thinks.
No, I think this is how we're supposed to do it. I put forth the motion to do that, and there's an amendment coming forth to remove that.
I thought you would have said it was contrary to your motion. I was
No,
wrong.
it's not contrary. It's an amendment to the motion, but, and I support it. We were supposed to get rid of this when I sat on City of Nancoke Council in the 90s, and it's only been, 25 years, and it's still not done yet. So, and we looked at the same thing at that time. Is it worth being parkland because it butts up against Silver Lake? But let's do something with it other than let it sit. And I have another one that I want to change a little bit as well. So,
All right, let's do it then all together.
okay. if I could continue then, the Shellburg Operations Facility, at some point when we get rid of that, not if, should we not talk to the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, Indwell, Habitat for Humanity? I think that'd be a great location for some subsidized housing or low-income housing. So rather than just say divest and throw it on the real estate market, have some discussion with groups like that first before we throw it out there.
Okay, so we have adoption of the road option scenario, less the Port Dover Old Public Works building, and Shellburg ops for staff to report back to council on potential other uses and including divestiture, but with community partners or retention.
Yeah, and I'm happy to, not to, if nobody in the community comes forward and says, yeah, we would do this with these conditions, or we would be willing to potentially invest or whatever, I'm happy to put it back in. I just don't think we've been given an opportunity to say, hey, does anybody want to fix this thing if we get rid of the building? That's what I'm kind of going for here.
Sure. Okay, Councillor Van Passen, does your Shellburg operations plan, should it default after a staff report comes forward, are you okay with it going back to the original scenario?
We're going to divest of it. It's just a matter of who we're going to divest it to. So.
Okay, good. So both of those, should council report not change our direction, they will default back into this scenario. Councillor Van Andrieschie, your property.
Thank you very much. And I need a little help here. Is it the facility that was downloaded from the province on the 59, is that the Cortland Operations Facility Dome? Is that the one, or which one? Because it's hard to, you've got even some address mistakes in here as well, but which one would that one be, if I could get a little help from
Cortland Operations Facility.
I would like to see that one removed and maybe investigated by staff. I'm concerned with drainages in that building as well right now.
Through the chair, yes, they are currently there.
Yeah, they're there, so I don't know where they're going to go, remembering that out of the Norfolk County, that the majority of drainage is very much west rather than being east. So I have a concern with that, and I'm fearful that we are cutting too much out on the first go. I'd rather like to keep that facility just in case of growth and whatever, but at least a staff review on that. I'd like to have that one removed.
All right, so I can't remember who made the amendment. Councillor Barry, I guess we started with you. Are you okay with that, with the Shellburg operating facility and the Cortland ops facility being added into your amendment, or should we do them separately?
I have no preference, so I'll say I'm okay with it, just to speed it along.
Councillor Van Passen, I put you as the seconder based on, you're okay? So through myself to the clerk, I can get behind the first two with a report coming back, not the third. Is that a division of the question on the amendment?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, you'd want to maybe deal with that amendment separately first, and then pass the other two amendments as one, and then the revised motion as adopted. So deal with.
Okay,
you could deal with Shellburg.
Let's do Port Dover and Shellburg together as an amendment.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. This is just to amend the motion now. All in favor? That's carried. Yeah. What about Cortland Operating Facility amendment to remove that from the list as an amendment? Moved by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus. And any discussion or debate on that? Didn't ask on the first one. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is carried. So now we need to vote on the amended motion that the road operations scenario be adopted as amended, which removes Port Dover, Shellburg, and Cortland. Councillor Barry? That's our amended motion. We're already good. I don't need to move. Sorry, don't need to move and seconder. Any debate or discussion on that? I'm not going to support the motion. This is not what I do for a living. I'm going to get behind staff. I can see some merit in certainly the Port Dover Location, Shellburg and Cortland for me, not so much, especially Jim. Since the moment we met you, you've expressed your career in public works, so there's a fresh set of eyes on all the Norfolk County assets, buildings, and infrastructure by way of roads and yards. And we also have staff, and we included, when Jim came to us some months ago, that they specifically speak to the frontline staff before making any recommendations, and I heard that there were not one but 2 surveys including that, so I'm not going to support the amended motion. I would be supporting staff's recommendation. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is carried. Is that it? Did we make it through? We did? Wow, thanks, Jim. Okay, great job, council, and definitely staff. A lot of work went into this, certainly not over. Lots of staff reports to follow and more direction to be decided on, but not easy decisions that certainly clean up a lot of assets across the county and hopefully result in improved customer service levels for the taxpayer. So good start. Looking forward to hearing more about this as it progresses. That's it on the agenda today. So confirming bylaw, motion to approve bylaw 2025-71 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held on the 21st day of October 2025 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open session. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. All in favor? And 1:37 p.m. motion to adjourn. Councillor Huffman. Councillor Duthie, all in favor? And opposed? None, seeing none. Thank you very much. Good night, good afternoon.